Peace. All right. Getting right back at you niggas. On some information going on in the media today. And going to give you guys an understanding between human thought and thinking like an occultist when these particular issues come down the pipe. And, I hear this argument sometimes. Well, what's wrong with being human? We're all human, and underneath, we're all human. Well, first you need to understand the difference between the way the ancients thought and the way you think. Your ancient ancestors that you love to always say, "Oh, my ancestors are doing something." They understood that they were a little bit more cosmic, a little bit more uh, uh, advanced in terms of what they are in terms of their entire existence than just the human, that they have been regulated down to humanity for a particular reason, and that reason was to study an aspect of ourselves, to study ourselves in a certain condition, and the overall end result added to a collective of a greater form of thinking. But they also knew that you can access that greater form of thinking. There's ways to tap into that. There's ways to do that because to accessing that greater form of thinking, it therefore then puts humanity in a perspective for you. See, there's a line in the sand that you niggas need to understand. When you say conscious, then you're actually drawing that line in the sand from humanity. You can't have it both ways. Now, we're not talking about stupidity. Like, of course, you're having a human experience. So you do human things. You go to the store, you eat hamburgers or whatever the fuck it is you like to do. You shouldn't find guilt in that. But you need to understand, because since you're having a human experience, there's a certain amount of you that has to be satisfied, has to go through the motions. But where the line in the sand comes in that I was talking about is where your thinking changes. It's in the mind. That's where the line in the sand is in the mind. And then that's where you get phrases which comes out of Gnosticism. Are you in it or of it? I am in it, but not of it. So I am in humanity. Therefore, you'll see me looking almost as if any other human, reacting to human situations like a human. But I am not of humanity, meaning I am not in the fucking experiment. So you got to look at it this way. You're thinking as a conscious person makes you a scientist. That's the difference. Human thought versus scientific thought. As a scientist, as a conscious person who thinks as a scientist would, and that's the best description you can come up with, you're not in the experiment. You are not of the experiment. You know what I'm saying? You're in the situation, you're in the lab with everybody else, but you're not of the experiment. So for instance, you're either, see, when you talk about, well, I still want to be a rapper, and I want to be a conscious rapper, and I want to be a rapper that changes or rap again, and I'm going to bring it back, and all the rest of that shit. What you're talking about, or when you're even talking about, oh, Trayvon Martin, and we got to do something. These crooked, funky white cops are just showing their ass all over black people who I can't breathe. When you're doing that, that may be valid for you, and that is valid for humans. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that that's wrong in the classic sense of right and wrong. If that's your level, then by all means, you should be out there with signs. You should be marching. You should be beating whatever fucking drum you feel it is, or actually not even what you feel, what you were told by Eric Michael Dyson, whatever, fucking the other nigga with the afro, the nigga that looks like his breath stink all the time. Whatever they tell you you should be doing, then you should be doing. if that's your level of thought. So I hold a different standard to people who call themselves conscious. I see you as the scientist. I see the people or human thought as the rat in this experience. So you want to be a rapper that's going to save conscious people, you just lowered yourself down to the rat in the motherfucking lab. You're the one that's being observed. They give you stimuli and you react. That's what they do to a rat or a fucking monkey in a goddamn cage in a lab. They give them situations and then they sit and observe how the monkey or the rat's going to respond. This comes from a bigger picture of conscious versus humanity. Humanity responds mostly emotionally to certain stimuli and certain lab situations, or as a scientist, you can predict certain responses. So they do things with these police, show you videos and to create certain condition response to see how you will respond because they are putting themselves in the position of a scientist. You really need to know the war that you're in because you guys aren't even fighting it. You're not even fighting the true war that you're in. And that true war is those who know and those who don't know. And those who know are manipulating those who don't know. And the ones who are black and calling themselves conscious are performing like those who don't know. So you need to get it out your head that you're doing something because all of what you're doing has only amounted to your pride. You know what I'm saying? You feel better because you have melanin. But if you're not activating that melanin on a higher level, understand there's levels to melanin. There's the physical level. That's why black don't crack and all of that. And then there's the more advanced spiritual level that you need to activate. You're going to have to do some work to activate. You're going to have to get into your own mind, your own head to activate. You're going to have to change your form of thinking, how you act and react as a human versus a scientist, i.e. a conscious person. You're going to have to change that to start activating these things to give it the light or the nutrition that your melanin needs. Melanin is activated by light. Knowledge alone isn't going to do it. When you activate that knowledge, let it marinate into wisdom and then make it manifest into an understanding, meaning a lifestyle or a thought change that provokes a different lifestyle for you, a different way to interpret planet Earth in the experience that you're having. When you let that particular light starts to feed and activate these ancient things that have atrophied in you. So you need to understand how important that is. And when you do that, you will finally see that you're in the real war. Just because you know the name the Illuminati and that Beyonce is wearing a fucking Baphomet ring like this one here doesn't mean shit. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean shit. Just because you know that doesn't mean shit. Until you're able to make it merge and help you evolve into a new form or reattach you to your ancient form of thinking, I should say, you're not even in the war. You're being played. And we're going to get to that today with Bill Cosby. First, we're going to get some things out the way. Now, let's understand some basic shit that you should be studying, but I know you're not. How do I know? Because I teach it in class. And this is something called the Kabbalion, or easily found on the web as the Kabbalion. And it's spelled Kyballion. But the Kabbalion is just a later day name for understanding that black folks already made manifest in this reality. And the Kabbalion comes from the wisdom of Tahuti or the laws of Tahuti. But really, when you read it, it's actually a principle. And I understand that when it comes up with this principle, because I know actually these laws or sub-laws come out of these principles. For instance, the principle of cause and effect. Under that principle, the law of attraction is actually Both. Also Murphy's Law, for those of y'all who knows. And you reap what you sow. All of these things are actually laws, but come out of the principle of cause and effect. Let's just say, for every cause there's an effect. For every effect there's a cause. And if you think it's a coincidence, it's just this law unrecognized. So I'm sure you heard in conscious circles someone say, and you not understand, but you heard a lecturer say, there's no such thing as coincidence. Well, that's what they mean. There's no such thing as a coincidence because nothing happens by chance. Cause and effect. That's a principle of Tahuti. And see, because I've heard people sit around and say, and I heard people say on tape, I don't believe in laws of attraction. If you don't believe in the laws of attraction, then you don't understand how this universe works, you dumb motherfucking fake ass so-called such and such conscious fucko. You don't understand your basic science, cause and effect. You get what I'm saying? And to understand these laws is to actually understand how this place works. And really the science of these laws or principles is actually coming up with your own interpretation or way to annul a lot of the negative effects of these principles. And when you go through these principles, number one, the principle of mentalism, the principle of correspondence, as above, so below, the principle of polarity, the principle of rhythm, the principle of cause and effect, and the principle of gender. First thing you'll understand, for those of y'all who keep throwing these words around but don't know your science, when you hear these principles, you'll hear these principles are really talking about a lot of duality, left and right, polarity, rhythm, the pendulum swing, correspondence, above, below, cause and effect, action and reaction. You get what I'm saying? Gender, masculine, feminine, rhythm, always moving, left to right. What you're talking about is balance, or what you're talking about is another understanding of Mayat, which you niggas like to talk about often, but really only understand at a surface level. You're talking about Mayat. Now you understand why Tahuti is married to Mayat. Tahuti is married to the 7 principles of the universe. And then you've also heard Mayat represents balance in the universe. That's what we're talking about, scientists, people. But what I want to talk about in particular is the principle of rhythm. And you're going to see why. First, we need to talk about something that is connected to rhythm, the principle of polarity. And without going into detail, I'm going to just speak on what the law of Tahuti says the principle of rhythm is. Principle of polarity, that is. Principle of polarity. And principle of polarity is actually the 4th principle of Tahuti. Principle of polarity. Everything is dual. Everything has poles. Everything has a pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. Let me repeat that. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in degrees. All extremes meet, all truths are but half-truths. All truths are but half-truths. All paradoxes can be reconciled. So when they say opposites are identical in nature, what they're talking about is, let's just say, hot and cold. One man's hot is another man's cold. Another man's cold is another man's hot. Where does hot and cold start and begin? It really doesn't. It's all just one thing. That's called temperature. So to a occultist, someone who claims to be conscious, a metaphysician or hermeticist, whatever the fuck it is you're calling yourself, if you're calling yourself an advanced person, let me be clear on this. I'm not holding anybody up to a standard that they don't hold themselves up to. So, if you don't feel that you're conscious enough and all of that, this does not pertain to you. I'm talking to the people who claim to be conscious and live a conscious lifestyle. I hold you to a higher standard. I have plenty of human friends. What I do with them is play spades, pinochle, and drink Hennessy and lemonade with them. And we have gatherings at Christmas and Thanksgiving. Any other event that there's an excuse to eat stuffing, we do it. That's for my human friends. But now for my conscious folks, I hold you to a higher standard. So, when you hear, well, Panic in my email and Panic's kind of rough in here and this and this and that, that's because you are not my human friend. And I don't owe you courtesy. I owe you absolute reality. So if you're asking me a dumb question that you can find yourself, I'm not going to do it for you. I'm not going to do work that I know you can do yourself. Remember, you came down here for these answers. I'm here to assist and be a tool, but not to be your bitch. So it's up to you to study. It's up to you to research. So we talked about opposites that are identical in nature. So remember, most of these principles deal with the principle or deal with the concept of a mental law, meaning you have these laws are for your thinking, not just for your behavior. You may be able to apply some of these things to your behavior. I shall not steal his goats. I shall not take his peanut butter. Whatever the fuck you may do, you may be able to apply this to your daily life. But as a scientist, these things are in your thinking. You understand this now? These laws or these principles are for you to change your thinking. That's why it starts with number one, the principle of mentalism. The mind is all and the universe is mental. To show you that the true alchemy is going to happen in your own mind. So that's why I can say I can't make you live a standard if you haven't come to terms with your goal in your mind. Those who've come to terms with their goal for the alchemy, the change of the consciousness, this is what you're getting. You're getting a real set. I deal on a college level. I don't talk to you like you're in preschool. So I'm going to come out coarse every time. Every time. You should thank me for that. And many have thanked me for that because it's that coarseness or that ass whipping that got them to live or stand up to a higher standard in their study, and they seen the difference. So in your thinking, if you understand that, most people get stuck who've bought the book Cyclomancy from me, one of the books I recommend, out of print book. It has plenty of exercises on how to reinitiate some of these ancient psychic powers and so on and so forth. And one of the exercises is you put your hand in a bucket of cold water and visualize it as being hot, or a bucket of hot water and visualize it as being cold. Or he'll say, turn it to cold or turn it to hot. So most people are physically trying to turn cold water into hot. That doesn't make any sense. What he's telling you in the book, or trying to show you in the book, hot and cold, is only in your mind. Think about that. You walk in the room, your wife says it's cold. We give it we give it our logical explanation. Well, you have more iron in your blood than me, and you have women have a deficiency with iron, so they're usually more cold and they're usually more hot. Whatever. Of course, there's always going to be a human response. Remember, as above, so below. So you can explain things spiritually, or you can explain it humanly. That's why you have a show by Penn and Teller called Bullshit, where all the spiritual things, first of all, they were illusionists in the beginning. So all the spiritual things of the world or events, they tell you that's bullshit. This is a TV show on HBO. That's bullshit. And then they give you the human interpretation of why it happened. Scooby-Doo. It was Mr. Bill in the room with the knife, you tricky fucking. He would have got away if it wasn't for you pesky kids. So there's always a human interpretation for spirituality. It's your mentality that's going to make it. If you understand certain concepts, that all human events on the planet does have a spiritual birth, does come from a spiritual event. It cannot not come from it. That's what the word metaphysics means. It's for you to look beyond the physical. So there's a physical event, but there's a metaphysical uh, reason this physical event took place. So when any event happens, there's always as above, so below, the above spiritual and the below physical. So you can explain any spiritual event away physically, no question. But as I pointed out, these laws are for you to interpret in your mind. So therefore, in your mind, every physical event I look at as spiritual. Always got you. As a scientist. That's where you hear statements that you probably don't understand, but you heard them tossed around like fake it until you make it. Because you say, well, that sounds a little bit, like I'm just supposed to act like I'm doing something spiritual. Is that what that means? No, what it means is they're trying to tell you in another way, your mind will make real. They told you this shit in the Matrix. Your mind makes it real. So you're in a physical place and your mind needs to make it real. That's true. Your mind needs to make it real. So when you fake it until you make it, they're saying you fake it until your mind makes it real. So you niggas need to tell yourself anything y'all want to about you because your mind will make it real. Start telling yourself you can fly before you know it. You see a bunch of niggas doing this shit. They'll still be going to work at Walmart, but at least they're flying to work. You know what I'm saying? At least they're flying. So fake it until you make it, which is a phrase. I'm sure comes from someplace else, but I remember it. The first place I remember reading it is in either Phil Hines or Peter Carroll's Chaos Magic books. Fake it until you make it, and that's one of the things that in occult has been one of the famous sayings. So the science behind what they were saying is your mind will make it real. So you need to start telling yourself whatever. That's what they tell you in self-help books. What do you think they mean? Remember that Saturday Night Live skit? Pat. Oh no, not Pat. Al Franken. And he used to open up, he look in the mirror. I am beautiful. Everyone likes me. I am special. I am a good person. People love me. My parents love me. My kids love me. People like what I do. I am an asset to the world. Telling yourself this in the mirror. You see, because eventually by telling yourself this, you're faking it until you make it. That's what that means. So in the book, Cyclomancy, people, like I said, were trying to do this experiment and physically change water. No, you're supposed to mentally be able to do this because you're doing mental exercises. Shit, it's a book about psychic power, not changing shit physically. So I guess when he wrote it, he assumed that you understood this concept, that you are trying to do mental exercises to understand. One of the things, if you do understand in terms of the principle of polarity, everything is dual, everything has poles, everything has its pairs or opposite. Like and unlike are the same. Like and unlike are the same. Every pair has its opposite. So when you understand like and unlike is the same, when you see an event like Trey Martin, or you see white people beating the shit and choking the shit out of black people, and you say, well, that's unlike me. That's unlike how black people would do it. That's unlike us. But our wisdom, our science tells us with the principle of polarity that like and unlike are the same. Wait a minute. That beast, he's so different. That beast, he's from the caves. What do you mean? Well, our wisdom tells us like and unlike are the same. But when you're dealing with polarity, it is the same thing, just as they told you, but different in degrees. White people are just a different degree of our righteousness. And when you understand they're the same, or now listen closely, we're not talking about co-signing or emotionally agreeing with their behavior. We're talking about understanding why they behaved the way they did. Well, you need to understand this because listen to the shit you say. They from the caves. They ain't got no melanin. They ain't got no soul. They from cat, rat, and dog. And I believe all of that may be very well true. But at the same time, they were still born from your DNA, i.e., like and unlike are the same. So this means as a scientist, if you can understand why they do what they do, you can then divorce yourself from the emotion. Listen closely. If you're trying to figure out why this beast and you think he's such a different thing, it tends to get you emotionally involved or your humanity involved. Oh, look what they did to Trayvon. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now understand, because I am in it but not of it, I still can see a Trayvon Martin or a Michael guy from Ferguson and feel the compassion. We're not talking about divorcing yourself from compassion. We're not talking about divorcing yourself from basic understanding or ideas or connection to certain people's plight. You get what I'm saying? What we're talking about is getting emotionally involved in the situation on the same level as every other human who doesn't know nothing when you call yourself someone who does know something. So, how I turn my compassion into something that helps is by doing this, by raising our people up, as opposed to walking in the street, protesting, writing Congress, saying, well, Obama does more. That puts me in the experiment. I become the rat. As a scientist, I can see our situation and understand what it is we need to get out of this and help to provide it. There's a difference. So understanding the law of polarity, I understand why they react, and therefore I can look at this reaction. What you see is a bunch of scared white men lashing out at black people. You know it, and I know it. That's what you need to understand. So if they're the scared and we understand like and unlike, what does that mean? That means we are the fearless, and we must operate in a place of non-fear. So each time you ask, Panic, should I do that? And when I set up my altar, and if I do that, the spirits are going to, and something, and I don't know if I should be fucking with that meditation, and Satan, and Baphomet is so scary. When you're doing all of that, you're operating in fear. That's operating like the white man. We operate out of love. They operate out of fear. So when you understand this in terms of the master hermeticist or the conscious person, you're able to look at both sides' polarity. You are no longer in the game. You are overseeing the chess game. You didn't pick black or white. You're overseeing. So all you niggas who think you're deep because you play a game of chess, I'm the master of the game. I watch you play. So no matter who wins or loses, I'm not even in it. I'm a scientist. Like, Panic, do you play chess? No, I gave up chess when I was 8. And I beat my teachers, who was my father. When I bust his ass, I was done. Actually, at age 13. After I started busting his ass, I was done with chess at 13. So stop asking me if I play shit like chess. I'm trying to show you, you have to be above the game. You're not a player no more. You're a scientist. I'm a scientist. You should be a scientist. I hold you to that standard if you say you're conscious. If you don't hold yourself to that standard, guess what? You're off the hook with me. Because I'm not trying to make you nothing that you're not. So it says all truths are but half-truths, paradoxes can be reconciled. So I reconcile my paradoxes, my questions, when I look at polarity. And I become the middle point. The middle point, which represents God in terms of polarity. So now we understand a little bit about polarity. Let's get into the law of rhythm, because this is going to explain this Bill Cosby shit for you on a scientific level, not on a human level of goddamn opinions. Because what I see is a bunch of opinions from conscious people who are supposed to be scientists. Either the ones who are still trying to hold on to that fantasy that he provided, and even the ones who say, fuck Bill Cosby, fuck that motherfucker. Man, it's still your emotion. And again, like I said, if you're on Facebook, there's nothing wrong with it. I do it all the time. Fuck this nigga, fuck that nigga, fuck that nigga. I just don't go to bed feeling that shit. That's what you do in a social network. All right, so rhythm, the principle of rhythm. Everything flows in and out. Everything has tides. All things rise and fall. The pendulum swing manifests in everything. Again, the pendulum swing manifests in everything. The measure to the swing to the right is a measure to the swing to the left. Rhythm compensate. Out of this principle is where you get the law of what goes up must come down. What you get is, you can also say birds of a feather flock together, kind of. That's in there in terms of that law. That's a little bit more closer to magnetism, which is a form of rhythm. And you also get live by the gun, die by the gun. That's a law that comes out of the principle of rhythm. See, we dealing with these principles in all the shit we say every day. But we just don't know that there's a master list that this was born out of. That's from your wisdom, the principles, or what they call laws of Tahuti. Later in 1900-something, reemerged on the planet under the name the Kabbalion, written by the three initiates, which is Hermes the Thrice Great, which is Tahuti. So they mastered as the wisdom of Tahuti as some guys named the three initiates who wrote something called the Kabbalion. But it was just plagiarized from earlier works of ours, the walls of Kevin. So the fifth great Hermetic principle, the principle of rhythm, embodies the truth that everything there manifests as measured motion, to and from movement, flow and inflow, a swing forward and backwards, a pendulum, like movement, tide like ebb and flow, a high tide, a low tide, between two poles, manifests on the physical, mental, or spiritual planes. The principle of rhythm is closely connected with the principle of polarity. That's why I went through polarity, described in the preceding chapter. Rhythm manifests between two poles established by the principle of polarity. So once you can establish polarity, like and unlike, whatever that situation may be, then in our case, let's use rich and poor. That the pole, that pendulum, whether you're rich and poor, is going to swing. It's going to swing. It's going to be an ebb and flow. There's going to be high times and low times. You cannot get around this absolute. There's a way to annul, slow down, or neutralize this, which we're going to talk, which is something I actually teach in my class, how to neutralize, stay in the good times, or what you define as good times, and neutralize or polarize or slow down the other side of that rhythm, what you consider the bad times. There's a way to do that. And that too is mental. So we established the law of rhythm is a pendulum swing. And a pendulum is that clock or whatever. Everything moves on that way. What goes up must come down. What goes up must come down. You need to remember this because we're going about to get to Bill Cosby with this. There's, let me see. There's always an action and reaction, an advance and a retreat, a rising and a sinking, manifested in all the airs of phenomenon, all the universe, suns, worlds, through men, through animals, plants, minerals, forces, energy, mind, matter, yes, and even spirit. Manifest this principle of rhythm. This principle manifests in creation and destruction of the worlds and the rise and fall of nations, in life, history, and all things, and finally, the mental states of man. So they're telling you in everything, there's an up and a down. Everything, there's an up and a down. America, you feel up, we definitely going down. Based upon the principle of rhythm. You cannot have it. Nothing here is forever. Things may be under the illusion of forever. For instance, America's in a deficit, but it's still the illusion of a world power. And that's how you get into the law of neutralization that we're going to talk about in a few seconds. How you neutralize and create the illusion of power, which you still may be operating under the emotion that you're powerful. Because if you ask anybody right now, America's the most powerful country in the world. But then they'll tell you, scholastically, China's kids are fucking you up. Health-wise, you're number 32, you fat fucking McDonald's fuckers. And the economy is behind. The yen is damn near, the fucking peso is damn near more expensive than the dollar at this point. The healthcare system, Canada's better. So wait a minute, you could go damn near in every category and they'll tell you where America's failing. But if you ask the average American, this is the greatest country in the world, God damn it. We're free. We're free, God damn it. They'll tell you all of this bullshit. But you go down the list in any category, they'll tell you where you're trailing. That's the law of neutralization, or a part of it. But that's because the pendulum has swung back to the other motherfucking side. You know what I'm saying? The law of rhythm, baby, is going to happen. This is closely connected to Mayat that you niggas like to talk about all the fucking time. I shall not steal this man's pigs, and reciprocity. And y'all have the physical understanding, which gets into compensation. And we're going to actually talk about compensation, which is more what you niggas have just regulated Mayat down to, compensating you. I take your pig and you can give a man a pig, but if you wrong a man and steal his pig, you can always make even with that man. If you shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? You fucking corny ass, stuck ass, slave minded Negroes. It's time for you to change your fucking mind. I'm sick of hearing this conscious shit. You niggas have regulated you down to another church. It became fucking fucking Episcopalian, fucking Baptist, Pentecostal, and conscious. Check. You know what I'm saying? That's like another way of saying fucking hallelujah. Hotep is now hallelujah. Each time I hear a nigga say Hotep, he's saying hallelujah to me. You fucking corny ass, stuck routine, fashion in Christianity ass niggas using the same motif, the same motherfucking template for your ancient science. Cut it out. Enough already. I'm tired of saying the same shit over and over again. How are you niggas not getting this shit? It's all in your mind. You are stuck and you are dealing with fear. You're dealing on the wrong side of your goddamn essence. Anything you can possibly deal with in this shit is yours. Is yours. Nothing to be scared of. Think like a fucking scientist. Stop thinking with fucking tradition, which led to superstition, which led to religion. You're superstitious niggas at this point. I can't, and what you can't do. Stop calling yourself fucking gods. So, understand how rhythm also manifests. The Brahmins or Hindu folks talk about what they call the breath of Brahma. Brahma, as they word it, the universe or universes are created, reach an extreme low point in their materiality, and then begin an upward swing, sun spring into being, and their height of power being reached. They supernova, go in and out. So this is a rhythm there. And they talk about in the mythology what they call the breath of Brahma. The breath of Brahma is also scientifically known as the Big Bang and then the Big Crunch, that this whole entire time and universe is only one breath of Brahma. That he breathed out, the Big Bang, then he breathes in, the Big Crunch. And the universe implodes on itself. That's the law of rhythm. They're telling you this whole universe is born and received in the law of rhythm. One pendulum spring or one breath. Y'all getting this shit now? It's simple. All your shit corresponds if you know the science and you start putting this science together and stop trying to figure it out anymore. You niggas gonna have to take my class where I show you how to do this. That's where I show you. Here, you're not gonna get it for free, you lazy bastards. You're gonna have to get into this class where I give you detailed understanding on how this is done. You gotta change your thinking. You need to understand that. This whole conscious plight is mental. Stop thinking that when you became conscious, that physical things will react, but you guys put the ceiling on your consciousness with physical behavior. That's false. You don't get to say Hotep, beloved, she's my queen. Like I see now people posting like they calling people Hotepers, and these Hotepers are doing this for this one. I've been telling you this nigga for fucking 7 years now about niggas that say Hotep to these hoes for pussy. I've been telling you this. If you just getting up on this now, you niggas are slow and fucking behind. I've been telling you about this way of getting pussy by saying Hotep and calling you queen, because what they're really buying into is your fucking low self-esteem, because you took your science and as somebody said, the black woman is special as a form of esteem. Get over that. Find somewhere else to find your self-esteem. They're talking, these titles are levels that you need to obtain. The God level is a level. The goddess level is a level you need to obtain in your mental powers. The light that you have in your evolution. You reach the God or goddess level. Not in the way you wear your hair, the way you interact with other conscious people. Hotep, beloved, sister queen almighty, God that brings forth breast milk that nourishes planet Earth. Oh, I was out walking barefooted in dandelions today. That shit ain't nothing. That shit ain't nothing. That helps your self-esteem. It makes you feel better about walking around this planet paying your fucking rent and all the other shit that they got you doing. No, you do that because you made the choice to do that. And that's what you're here to do. You don't need self-esteem to balance that out. That's what it takes to sustain yourself. Shit, that's why I got to sell herb packs. I'm under no illusion of what we're here to do. But the alchemy happens here. That's why they say things, or niggas in jail say things, they could do everything, but they can't take your mind from you. Because they can't take your mind from you. That's what they can't touch. They only can try to control your mind. And they do that with Trayvon Martin, Bill Cosby, or whatever. Whether it's true or not true, which we're going to get into, it doesn't matter. They know you're going to react, and it's going to be in your mind. In fact, they know you're going to have a debate among black folks saying if it's true or not true. What if that's the goal? Then they got you. You understand this? So you have to, that's why, again, you have to divorce yourself, become the scientist, and stop emotionally reacting. You're emotionally reacting, and even with your conscious shit, you're emotionally reacting and socially reacting to your ancient science. You're not using the science to find or gain light for the true alchemy, which is nothing but evolution or change. Evolution or change. Advanced frequencies in your thoughts to be able to interact with higher forms of light beings. To interact, you must become one with it to magnetize it. Penny, how do you talk to spirits? Because I became one. How do you talk to these gods? Because I became one. Not in theory. Not in my appearance, in my dress, or my attitude. Which niggas need to, Penny, you ain't a god because you're not friendly to me in your fucking email, so you're not really conscious. Because I'm not friendly to you in my email? What low self-esteem you have? What low self-esteem you have? That has nothing to do with it. It's all about what's in your mind. I'm not here, or you shouldn't be here as well, to cultivate social manners through consciousness. You're not here to cultivate social manners through consciousness. You're here to cultivate your mind. Cultivate your mind. So you came down here to be the scientist. This place is the lab. You understand? This is the lab for you to do your work. You are from all of these advanced things. You came down here to study these lower things only so you can say what an advanced thing is. You cannot call yourself an advanced thing unless you're able to understand and study something that's considered a low thing. That low thing is humanity. You having a human body is you coming down to come into the lab to study it only with the apparatus of your mind. Or you came down here to be studied, meaning you didn't come down here to be conscious. You came down here to do everything a fucking human would do, i.e. the conscious are supposed to study your black ass. All right? So you need to make the choice. If you're conscious, you either study in humanity, which means you have to step outside of it mentally. Understand, this doesn't mean throw old ladies down the stairs. This doesn't mean say, fuck you, you're a human and I'm better. This has nothing to do with ego or none of those things that people classically make arguments about. Has nothing to do with that. This has because I'm with the humans that I deal with personally, I'm probably the most sweetest, courteous guy they will ever meet. I promise you this. But to conscious people who I interact, I'm going to be a dog. A G-O-D-D-O-G dog. Because I expect a higher standard from you. If you call yourself conscious, I expect we're dealing on a more intellectual level, that we're not here for our emotional appeasement. This ain't about your feelings. This is about you figuring out the next thing in your alchemical phase of change. Therefore, what I have to offer, because I know I am here, one of my role here is to offer that as well as study, that I offered it in a way where you need to be able to stand on your own 2 feet, not stand on my motherfucking back with your questions of shit that you don't know and refuse to find out for yourself. We're not going to play that game. The game we playing here is learn or fucking be or be the one that's being studied. Learned or fucking sit around and go get you a value meal at McDonald's. Do what they do if you're going to do it. You can't have it both ways. Because then that's another argument here. Well, can we have it both ways, Panic? No, you cannot. I'm saying no, you cannot. You're either conscious or you're fucking human. And if you're conscious, we understand you're having a human experience. You interact accordingly. If you're human, that means you're all in. You're all in. They kill Trayvon Martin. You fucking get a sign. You be mad. You be sad. You cry. And you fake like you care for Trayvon. Because you really say this bullshit. It can't happen to me and my son. Because you're really worried about your son. You're not really worried about Trayvon. Any motherfucking way. Because that's all you heard. It could have been me. Because that's what you're really worried about. You getting your ass kicked. Because why? You're scared. And you're in fear. When I told you, that's unlike who you truly are. Unlike I like my ancestors. Well, your ancestors wasn't scared. You are, motherfucker. I honor the ancestors. Well, honor them with losing the fear. Because they wasn't walking around here in fear. That's why they were able to dictate and run the planet through love. That's why everybody ate. Everybody had a place. Even retards. Even the so-called evil people. That's why you see Set still on the walls with every other divine being. I like Horus. I like this one. Well, Set is up on the walls too. He's in the mythology because every energy had a place and it has a role. That's why every movie has a bad guy. They can't have a movie without a bad guy or a situation of that's bad or a problem that they have to overcome. That's the process down here. That's a part of the rhythm polarity thing. For there to be a good guy, there must be a bad guy. So everything, our ancestors weren't scared of it. They understood it as the role. That's that set energy. Fuck these fucking scared ass. You're still talking about the devil versus Jesus. That's where you get the idea from. They taught you that in Christianity. I just told you, you got the same fucking motif of evil and bad. That's made up shit to put you in a state of fear, which you are in. So you want to honor the ancestors? Stop saying, oh, Baphomet and Beyonce has a Baphomet ring on. Fuck all of that. That's scaredy cat bullshit. Humanity and unlike what you are. So the Brahmins believed the whole breath of Brahma, the whole universe was created in one breath. Breathing in and out. Let me, I wrote down some of the techniques that I do for all you niggas, because a lot of you niggas are talking about the breath lately. Well, let me give you some breath exercises that y'all could do. For the Brahma breath, you breathe in. When you breathe in, you go. It's hard to do, but you're saying. What you're really saying is brah. And then when you release ma, you're saying Brahma in one breath. This breath is encompassing the universe as the all, as the God mind. Very advanced. Those three breaths got me fucked up right now. Now, one of the things I've learned through certain meditations, certain techniques in the occult that got me there, then when I went back and started doing breath techniques, it felt just like versions of other things I've done. So the breath thing doesn't hold high with me. For breath techniques, what you need to do is contact Dr. Aleem El Bey. At draleemelbey.com, he will give you techniques. He has lectures on techniques. I keep promising my brother we're coming back on Blog Talk soon. It's been so busy. But goddamn it, we are. We'll be on Blog Talk soon. That's a promise to do a few more shows. Well, let me get all my advertising out the way. I'm going to give y'all some more breaths. Herb packs. You can get them. I don't really think no one doesn't know what my herb packs are. My herb packs are all organic, no drugs. You can pass piss tests. The only warning is if you're pregnant or lactating, one of the ingredients they say don't use. That's the only warning. You can drink it as a tea. I recommend smoking it. Some people drink it as a tea if you're not a smoker. Any way you can get it in your system, go ahead and try it. People have taken baths with it. You get a fat, juicy stack. I should have brought a stack in. I always forget to do that so you can see how big it is. A fat, juicy stack of organic herbs, a very low price. You get them at occultlectures.com. That's my website, occultlectures.com. And I explain what the herb pack is, what it does. I have plenty of lectures explaining what it does. What it is medicine. Herbs for your third eye, your pineal gland. Your pineal gland, because it's out of use, has calcified to some extent. For white people, it's totally calcified. At least I'm told it is from all my elder lecturers. For black people, calcification does set in because we don't use it. But the herb pack, which I've been selling for over 5 to 6 years now, certified, my niggas, certified. It couldn't be certified for 5 years unless we got my testimonials also on my page. So you can go ahead and get you a healthy chunk of them testimonials to see for yourself what folks have been saying about this herb pack for years now. For years. Internationally known. Brother Panic's Herbs for opening up that funky ass calcified pineal you're wearing on the top of your head. What people have been saying, because Every people are dealing with different things in their consciousness. So you name it, by using the herbs, many different things have happened. Quiet the cheddar for meditation. People be able to sleep longer, dream harder, visions, sexual appetite. People who smoke stop smoking. Able to talk to spirits. And I'm forgetting so many things. I could smell shit better. A lot of things seem to come online. And whatever usually happens once you smoke the herb pack is usually the telltale story of the work you're going to do. So usually when you get rid of the calcification by smoking the herb, if you can see spirits, 9 times out of 10 you're supposed to talk to spirits. If you can meditate with a little bit more focus, 9 times out of 10, which doesn't mean you're not supposed to talk to spirits or anything else, but 9 times out of 10, you'll probably get more revelations through forms of meditation. If you're able to breathe more, some people say they're able to breathe, stop smoking, able to breathe better. They're probably supposed to do a lot of breathing techniques for your consciousness or whatever you're supposed to be going on here. So I can tell you, you name it, amazing shit has happened. I have different versions of herb packs, herbs that I add extra herbs to for money, prosperity, healing, negativity. All of these things will charge your aura once you get it in your system. Like I said, I have a detailed breakdown of my herbs on my website, occultlectures.com. And I also have, let me see who was calling me. I also have, fuck that, baths, spiritual baths, very important. Anybody, you don't have to check my website, just check online and see what a spiritual bath is, first and foremost, because a lot of people don't understand what that is. A spiritual bath, you use a particular combination of herbs, and spiritually it cleans your aura. Your aura is a 7-layered light system, which is magnetic, usually pulls whatever low energy based upon your thoughts. And most of us have low thoughts about our job, about our kids, our spouse, life in general, about what the fuck Beyonce or Madonna is wearing at the fucking MMA awards, or whatever the fuck it is. These thoughts take formation, and these thought formations usually manifest physically. So, you think you're depressed, these formation of thoughts become depression. And those stick to your aura, meaning your very being. There's a story where, and I told this before, there was a white boy who can see auras. He's got one of those hand-me-down powers from a black woman, one of his hand-me-down powers from us. He was able to see auras. And before the big game, he seen one of the football players had a hole in their leg in the aura. And later that day, that football player sustained an injury in that very same leg. In other words, the white boy was able to see the injury before the physical manifestation of the injury. This goes into 2 things. The point I'm making now and the point that I told you before, when you supposed to you can look at the physical world and the spiritual world. A change in polarity is looking at the spiritual world. You can always explain some physical shit, well, he hurt his leg. But there was proof in the pudding that this spiritually was in existence before the physical manifestation. So if everyone is trying to figure out this physical world, which is something I teach in my class, you need to be able to understand how the metaphysical or the spiritual world operates. And then you will understand what's happening down here. That's a motherfucking scientist. If you're not dealing with spirituality, you're fucking bullshitting yourself, nigga. You're dealing with fucking sociality, nigga. Hotep, beloved, will I love to you. Why do I love you? Because you're the fucking queen. You know why I love you? Because you're a fucking king. And you're a king. You know why you're a king? Because you take care of your seeds. Yes, you take care of your seeds. Why do you take care of your seeds? Well, beloved, I take care of my seeds because I have breast milk. And I breast milk and feed these seeds. And my breast milk has sustained. You know why my breast milk sustains? Because ISIS got a picture of it. Ooh, Hotep, nigga, Hotep. That's all you fucking doing. You're not a spiritualist, you're a fucking socialist. Get the fuck off of it. Calm your fucking nerves. Get down to some meat, nigga. Niggas eating too many goddamn bean sprouts. Get to the meat, nigga. That's spirituality, nigga. So he could see the whole before the physical fucking act happened. You understand? And therefore, these spiritual baths are there to clean your monkey ass. To clean the funk off your ass. The true spiritual funk before the physical manifestations happen, or even cure your ass from the physical manifestation that is happening. So you feel a lot of negativity is going on in your life. They done took you off of the counter at Walmart, and now you the nigga that get the shopping carts. That's kind of negative. You get what I'm saying? That's the kind of shit that you say, wait a minute. Maybe I need Brother Panic's spiritual negativity back to get me back on the meat section at Walmart. And get me making heroes again, because I was making delicious heroes. I gave a nigga mustard when it should have been mayonnaise. They put me on the goddamn carts outside. So now I need to get me this negativity shit going on. Or maybe you at the club and the hoes just keep passing you by. You got your best suit on, you know what I'm saying? You're wearing the funkiest, you're wearing your hottest Egyptian musk oils, fresh from the Muslim guy, and you're saying, well, how come none of the girls they just won't give me no attention? Brother Panic, what can I do? Well, you get you one of them love baths. Clean off all of that funky I can't shit from high school. All the hoes that didn't fuck you in high school is the same hoes that ain't fucking you in the club. You get rid of that bullshit. And you change your thinking, where you start to magnetize. You got to get like Pat or Al Franken from Saturday Night Live. Look in that mirror. I am beautiful. I am somebody. Everybody loves me. When I go to the club, they want to fuck me. They want to fuck me. I know it. I know it. I know it. And then all of a sudden, you got hoes showing up. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. You know what I'm saying? That's all because you had a love bath from Brother Panic. Very low price shit now for what I offer. Does it work? Check the testimonials. I can stand on my testimonials. The shit worked. I know it worked. It do what it do. I was doing this before I decided to offer it to the general public. This is what the shit I was doing. The herbs, the baths, oils, the same concept. You know what I'm saying? Like money oil. I got a testimony up there, a friend of mine. You know what I'm saying? My birdseed friend. What she was doing was she got the money oil. She came by. She was in the class. She came by. You know what I'm saying? She came by on the seed. And so she bought me some nice gifts, some $20 toothpaste, delicious shit, for some conscious coffees that I don't drink, but Khadijah drank. It was very nice. So, you know, she's going to get herbs, and I gave her some money oil. She has a business. She has a tea room in Florida where they serve tea. Why? I don't know, but it seems to be good. A lot of old hoes showing up. And, you know, she bakes a lot of fucking lopsided cakes and all of that. And she basically said she took that motherfucking money oil, rubbed it in the cash register. She told me a few other places. I think she said the door or whatever. She said that motherfucking cash register was on motherfucking fire. Don't, look, you ain't got to take my word for it. That's the shit she's saying. She said that. She said that. Shit was on fire for a whole motherfucking week. Send me some more, my nigga. So you put it on your wallet, you know, you can anoint yourself or whatever you feel you want to generate money. Oh, motherfuckers. When I tell you I got shit that works, I got shit that works. So we got healing oils. There's about 13 different motherfucking oils. Fuck a nigga up oil, shit for your job, and all of that kind of shit. That's your human shit. The spiritual answer to your human shit. The hole in your aura, you fill that up to stop the physical. Come on, niggas. We in the breath of Brahma, nigga. The breath of Brahma, nigga. Another meditation. Oh, classes. All right, let me get this whole advertisement out the way. Classes. I'm about to start a new cycle late January. Now's the time to sign up. I don't know how to say this more than I'm saying to you, looking directly in the camera. If you want to go to the next level in your fucking consciousness, you must take this class. You must. Testimonials out the ass. You want to see testimonials? Go see them. You don't have to ask me. You can ask the people who took the class. We talking life-changing shit here now for a very low price. I stay modest with the price. I don't want to say, I love black people. I love your essence. I love what it is you can be. I hate the humanity in your ass. I hate the humanity. I do every single thing in my motherfucking power to raise you up. So therefore, I do not skimp on nothing I offer. I understand that. Let's not be in the fancy panic, but you still giving it. No. I only offer things you have the option to buy that still help you in your consciousness. So even everything I offer is none of it serves me alone. It helps me to pay the rent, keep the gas and the lights on. But at the end of the day, you still benefit in your consciousness from it. That's the real Mayat reciprocity and all the shit you're talking about in its fullest effect. That herb pack will do way more for you than the goddamn little 25 bucks it costs to buy it. Way more for you than it will ever do for me, that little 25 bucks. It helps me to sustain myself. It helps me to keep bringing you information and be able to study almost worry-free. But as you guys help me, I'm trying to help you the same way. First of all, more than any product you will ever buy, this free information I'm giving you, you will not find it anywhere. It is rare. Even in all the occult books that you will study and that I've given you, that Brother Bobby and others have given you, you still will have to use your mind to come to the real understanding of it. Not just the knowledge of the books, the understanding of it. And that has been crippled through the fucking countless years of public school system, religion, and socialism. Most people cannot break out of it. That's my whole shit today has been telling you about your hotepas. That's because you can't break your social bonds, your religious bonds, or your fucking public school training to even understand your ancient information when it's presented to you. So all this shit is being presented to you, but you cannot break your fucking mentality to even understand it in a masterful way. I'm trying to show you how to understand your shit differently. It don't even, because every time in my class I ask people a question, they understand the answer. What's a chakra? What's an altar? What's a this? Because they listen to 1,000 motherfucking lectures. So it ain't even that. But when I ask you, well, what does it mean to you? Tell me something personal about it. I hear a fucking dead silence like this. That's usually when I drink my water after I ask that question. Because I know ain't nobody got shit to say. Because nobody's having personal interactions with it. No one, see, when you can explain something, you can tell from your perspective. If I said to you, explain to me what pizza is, because you had 1,000, you're going to say they're ooey gooey and square and they're this and that. I'm from New York. I'm going to say, you ever have a Sicilian slice? Oh, that's the thick square. Those are my shit. But if you're from out here, which I don't see Sicilian slice, no, what's that? See, for instance, I say, yo, go get a pizza pie. My son is like, why the fuck are you calling it a pie, man? I said, because it's a pie. Well, oh, because in New York, they sell it by the slice. So you have to determine whether you want a whole pie or you want a slice. Out here, they only sell it basically by a pie. So there's no reason to call it a pie. It's just pizza. Why? Because what you're talking about is the same thing, which we all know and understand is pizza, but your interpretation of it, your personal experience with it makes the difference. So y'all can hear Bobby all day, me all day. If you're not interacting or having a personal experience with it, you just know basic surface knowledge. And that surface knowledge, even though it's a form of light, is not the light, or it won't ignite the inner light in you. Okay, I hope y'all heard what I'm saying, because y'all getting some motherfucking nuggets today, or right now, or tonight. Y'all getting some motherfucking nuggets, or right now, or tonight. So y'all motherfuckers need to listen to what the fuck I'm saying, because the real motherfuckers who's hearing it is hearing some real shit that I'm telling you that's going to change your life and consciousness. It is dangerous what I'm saying if you apply it. How come nobody's stopping me? Because they know your niggas are hard to apply what I'm saying. No matter what you hear, if you of their mind, it don't matter. I can tell you all the secrets of the motherfucking universe. But if you niggas are socialized, Christianized, and religified, it's irrelevant. They laugh at me. When you niggas start doing it is when a message like mine becomes dangerous, but therefore they can't do nothing. Why? Because you niggas is doing it. All you niggas is doing is on Facebook complaining. Complaining. That's not consciousness. That's socialism. Get it right. So my class is about to start in January. All you have to do is either email me, go to the website, occultlectures.com, and you guys will be able to figure out the next class cycle, blah, blah, blah. Prices, I have a payment plan. This is the thing you need to do if you're serious about your shit. Last month, a lot of people, based upon the last lecture, joined up with the class. I appreciate it. We're in the middle of that cycle now. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. And I hear time after time, God damn, Pat, I had no fucking idea it was like this. Oh, niggas. Especially now. I'm in cycle 17. I give you that motherfucking curriculum. Shit, I damn near almost would say, well, I would say this. Every single class, even if those the same curriculum, which I recorded them all, are different. Are different. Because it's spiritual. And it comes from Brother C. Freeman L., his spirit. He did classes in Atlanta. Most of those tapes you see on YouTube with Brother C. Freeman L. are classes. I've been in contact with him spiritually. He gives me some of the hardest revelations I've yet to come across. In fact, these breaths that I'm about to give you and explain to you, like the Brahma one, is from Dr. C. Freeman L., my brother and teacher, spiritual teacher. He's given me a lot of information, and he's come through, and he's the one that designed the curriculum for the class that you guys get. Now, it's his energy. I'm beat when I get up and start class, but niggas will know that fire will come out my ass in 15 minutes as soon as I start talking. It's all spiritual, all recorded, documented shit. So this is not something I'm just trying to brag on. Document it. Don't ask me. Ask the niggas who took my class. Ask a third party who took my class, and they'll be happy to tell you the fire that's going on. You need to deal with that. Class is going to start late January. It's sign up time now. Get at me. Sign up time now. I got a payment plan for you niggas because I know money is tight. I ain't a fool to that. Money is tight. So I got a payment plan. The only rule is you must be paid up before you start. I tried that shit in the beginning. Well, pay me later. And all I have one word to say about that, which is niggers. All right, so I'm going to talk about Khadijah's readings. I'm going to talk about that later because I gave you guys enough commercial. But let's get back to the program here. So I told you about the breath of Brahma. You breathe in saying Bra. You breathe out saying Ma. Now, I didn't do it, but you can do it. You can find out if Brahma has a number. So let's pretend Brahma's number is 6. But if
you can't find a number for Brahma or any of the other deities I'm going to give you. Mayat is 4. Uh, Shiva may be 1. I don't know. I'm guessing with Shiva, but he may have another number. If you can't find a number with Brahma, then you use the general numerology definition of number. 6 is the number of man. 8 is the number of, let's say, spirituality. So you, in the breath, you would hold in for 6 seconds if you're trying to balance your humanity out, right? 6 is the number of man. If you're trying to balance your 5 senses out, let's just say you 5. You're trying to balance out your 5 points, your 5 spiritual points, your 5 senses. So 5. So you take in the breath. Let's say you're trying to balance out your humanity. You're going to do 6 seconds. You breathe. You repeat that, I guess, until you feel full or whatever, however long you do. Check with Aleem. Aleem will probably structure that for you in a system because Dr. Aleem has many breathing systems, so he will be able to structure you that. But the key is to say the Bra and the Ma. You could do this with any deity with 2 syllables. This is channeled from C. Freeman L. Shiva. When I did the Shiva one, immediately, because Shiva is also the creator and destroyer. So the breathing in is creation, the breathing out is the destroying. You're getting the full Shiva. When I did this, I started throwing up mucus because it's cleaning out. This will heal you, the breath of Shiva. That's the breath of Shiva. You breathe in Shiva. You hold it in for whatever number Shiva is, or if you can't find a number, use numerology for your purpose. 6 for man, 7 for chakra balance, 8 for spirituality, 9 for completion, 1 for God, 2 for even, odd, God, Eve, or feminine, or whatever. 0, straight for the feminine. 0 is feminine, so in and out for the feminine energy. 1 for the God energy, 1 second. You can do Mayat, that's another one, but that one you hold for 4. Mayat number is 4. So that's, of course, going to balance you. You notice on the second one, you'll hear that it's not a smooth ma. So you're doing a ma, at. You heard that there was some breakage. When you hear that breakage, that means whatever you're trying to work on, there's a block in it. So until you're able to breathe it in smooth and say the syllable or the sound, the frequency, that means you have work to do in that area of balance. You have to balance yourself out. It means you have to balance because we know Mayat is balance. And you could also do that to call on the deities. So whatever deities. And like I said, don't stop there. Figure out if you work with another DJs. Try it. I know Hanneman is more syllables, but try it. You can call on Hanneman, you find Hanneman's number, and you're calling on the breath or the powers of Hanneman. So that's a master revelation from a master occultist, myself, channeled through my brother. You can't see his picture on the other side, C. Freeman L., but he's up in this room. Y'all just got a nugget right now for those who are doers. Anybody who's not a doer, just go ahead and bullshit, pass it. But that was powerful shit. Like I said, if you need more understanding, which I don't really think you do, but if you do, You need more structure, more understanding. Dr. Lean is one of the master teachers who deal with the breath. You need to see him at draleanelbay.com. And he also has a shitload of products that he sells, his chakra packs, so on and so forth. Plenty of things that you can get for him from him. All right, so moving on, we're still on this law of rhythm. There's no such thing as an absolute rest or concession from movement. All things, all movement partakes in rhythm. So in other words, there's nothing that's going to get away from rhythm. The principle of this universal application, it may be applied to any question, any phenomenon, or any of the many planes of life. It may be applied to all phases of human activity. All phases of human activity. There's always a rhythmic swing from one pole to the other, a universal pendulum ever in motion. The tides of life flow in and out according to this law. So there's always rhythm. So therefore, when you see the event, you have to see the other side or the other rhythm of it. So when you see fear and hate, black people even figured it out naturally. We're not going to become the same hate monger as you. We're going to answer it with love. Even the humans figured that out because what they just showed was the other side of that rhythm, the polarity so they're not going to answer and increase hate with hate, put on masks and get on horses and burn crosses. They say, well, you burn crosses, we can burn bigger crosses. That's stupid. They're going to answer it with love because it's a higher frequency, number one. Number two, we're naturally going to go to that other rhythm. We are naturally doing this without knowing. White people don't understand this concept. They don't. They haven't gotten to a point in their maturity to understand the concept. All right. They discovered that there were two general planes of consciousness, lower and higher. You heard that? There are two, the hermeticists or occultists or alchemists, those that seek truth, have discovered that there were two general planes of consciousness, lower and higher, the understanding of which fact enabled them to rise to a higher plane, thus escape the rhythmatic pendulum, which manifests on a lower plane. All right, now we're getting into what I told you we would, how to neutralize rhythm. And you do that as a master occultist because what goes up must come down. So you say, well, if I get money, then the pendulum is going to swing to the other motherfucking side and I'm going to be broke. I can't win for losing, Brother Panic. But the neutralization process, because this is mental, I'm going to tell you the easiest thing first before we go on. You ever notice one of the filthy rich motherfuckers who get on a talk show and Oprah is talking to him or whoever, Phil Donahue, go, well, how did you do it, brother? How do you do it? Why did you? He said, well, basically, I like what I do. I'm a bicycle king or I'm a skateboard king, but I love skateboard. You still see me down at Jones Beach or at the California Strip, whatever, skateboarding. No matter how much money I got, I'm all about skateboarding. Or even now that we said skateboard, when you watch the white boy Rob Darrowdeck, he's a white boy on MTV. He had the show Big and Rob. Fact, now he has ridiculousness, which is fucking ridiculousness. But when you hear his mentality when he's talking to his cousin, he's filthy rich, skateboard, and he has endorsements out the ass. Monster is one of them, the Monster drink, and I can't remember, but all out the ass. A rich, filthy rich white boy who was a skateboarder kid. But when you hear his mentality, you hear someone who's still absolutely in love with skateboarding. This nigga in his show would stop whatever he was doing because he seen a park just to skateboard it. And then whenever he encountered kids, white, black, Mexican, or whatever. He would stop, talk to them, give them skateboards, encourage them. He was just absolutely in love with skateboarding, though he's filthy rich. What he did unconsciously was apply the law of neutralization. When you concentrate on an item, that's when you become mentally aware of its polarity or its pendulum swing. When you shift your focus, this is how you neutralize. When you shift your focus, even though money ups and downs would happen, but your focus is somewhere else on the level of skateboarding, you neutralize the mental anguish of ups and downs of money, because now your rhythmatic swings are happier days with skateboarding and less happier days with skateboarding. That's your pendulum swing. So you just shift or neutralize what seems to be more of a problem. So, for instance, my thing is I don't get out of bed to sell herb packs, even though I do, and I have to. I get out of bed to teach. So my pendulum swing now is some days I teach a lot of motherfuckers, and a lot of motherfuckers go panic, god damn it, nigga. That was on fire. I learned so much. And then there's some days because of my pendulum swing, oh, panic. How do I talk to my grandmother? Hold tip, panic. Hold tip, brother. We need to do it again and set up a foundation for Trayvon Martin. So my mental anguish is some days I teach niggas, some days I don't. But even though there is, because we cannot stop or annul the law of rhythm, more days where I'm selling more herb packs and selling less herb packs, I neutralize I neutralize it because it is not at the top of my list or my agenda for who I am. Who I am, I didn't come to Earth to sell herb packs. I came to Earth to teach. Herb packs are a side effect. So even though money goes up and down, I divorce myself or I neutralize the emotional anguish of, oh shit, they're gonna turn this shit off. Oh shit, we gonna be broke. Oh shit, we may be home. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. All the oh shits that people email me, panic. Oh shit, panic. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. My kids, oh shit, my vagina. Oh shit, my testicles ain't oh shit. All those oh shits is because you keep these at the forefront of your mind. Therefore, there's some days you got better vagina moments, and other days not so much. You know, a little bit sour, a little bit tart, and there's a little discharge that don't look like it's right and it's not clear. So you keep wiping from fucking back to front, not front to back. Therefore, you need to swing that pendulum to the other side and do a front to back wipe of the vagina. Therefore, that fluid, that discharge, won't have a cheesy substance floating about it. You understand what I'm saying here? Because their problems are at the forefront of their mind, that's why you go through so many what they call ups and downs. Good times and bad times. So what you put at the forefront of your mind needs to be a form of absolute love. Look, I love this. I love it. So that's the concept of unconditional love. See, I love to teach unconditionally. So whether you learn or not becomes the pendulum swing. I'm going to be fine. You get what I'm saying? I neutralize me going through, maybe I'm teaching good or maybe I'm teaching bad. That's not even in my motherfucking mind. Are you learning good or learning bad becomes the question, and that becomes your problem. Neutralized. So everything that's underneath what I do in terms of my teaching, herb packs, classes, counseling, whatever, becomes second to my teaching, therefore neutralized in my mental understanding of a rhythmic swing. Is the rhythmic swing happening? Absolutely. You can't annul this principle. Am I noticing it and going through the emotional drama of no money, more money, class problems, this problem? Fucks, no. Because I neutralize it. Why? Because I'm a motherfucking master hermeticist, occultist, metaphysician. And I'm trying to teach you to do the same motherfucking thing too. You understand this? So, in other words, the swing of the pendulum occurred to the on the unconscious plane. So that swing is happening to you on the unconscious plane. Meaning, why am I having so many ups and downs? Vagina good, vagina sour. It's happening unconsciously, and you don't know why or feel that you can't control why you're going through these ups and downs. That's just life. That's just how it goes. That's the world. You feel you can't control it. I'm trying to show you niggas this is under your motherfucking control. It's been said to you. Now I'm giving you detailed descriptions, which you usually would get in my motherfucking class, which you're getting for free now, of how to start controlling your life. It's a mental process that you niggas haven't grasped yet. You're trying to physically change something. You're trying to physically change something, thinking all of a sudden the world is going to wake up and motherfucking strawberries are going to be fucking organic again. That's not how it works, my niggas. It's a mental change. And from your mental change, which is still spiritual, all physical things follow until you niggas make up your motherfucking mind to be gods again. For real. Not in fucking theory. That's when this motherfucking shit is going to change, because you so niggas is dead on changing this motherfucking world. It's a mental thing. So all these white people and only the 1% that knows, because the 99.9999 other white people in the world are nothing but dumb fucking cows that go to work, eat, sleep, shit, and wait for somebody to tell them something that they need to fucking do, and they do it. They are worse off than you because they have no reason to even question this motherfucking system. They're finding some now. There's only 1% of white people running the world. And black people, this is something Bobby Hemmett taught. And you guys, while I'm here, you can donate to Bobby Hemmett. His love fund is still in effect. And it reaches him. Every penny reaches him. If you can't find it on my website, occultlectures.com, scroll to the bottom of the page. You will find the link to Bobby Hemmett's love fund, his original love fund that was set up by Brother Jerry, Sandra, and Sister Callie, still in effect. Same one. I link you to that page. So it's not through me to him. It's from them to him. He gets every penny. I just talked to Bobby last week, and I assure you he gets every penny. A ritual came through for Bobby. I'm going to share with you. You guys could do it at home. I hope I don't forget to do that. I'm going to keep on this. Then I'm going to get to Bobby and Khadijah. When I talk about them, I'm going to talk about some of the things that came through for Bobby that I shared with him. I'll share with you. He's doing really good now. Y'all, this guy's donations have been helping him. He's walking around now with a walker. He's saying by his birthday, which is coming up quite soon, he thinks he's going to be done with the walker. Come on now. That's because black people have looked out for him. In this entire conscious movement from his inception, you niggas need to pat yourselves on the back. Never has any movement has been as successful in terms of helping one of our teachers as it has been for Brother Bobby Hemmett. Know that. I dare anyone to say, well, that was more successful. Never. Based upon the donations of our beloved black conscious folks. Y'all got this one right. Y'all got this one right. Well, y'all was given to the church enough, so all we had to do was tap into that, you know, we like the kind that jingles, but we rather the kind that folds. Hey, now. All we had to do was do that shit, and y'all niggas hooked up Bobby Hemmett. So as a pat on the back, y'all deserve that because there has been no successful, look, we need that, and a response for any of our teachers than you have did for Bobby Hemmett. So congratulations on that as a conscious movement. I just wish it would change to our science as aggressive and successful, which I do see victories. I don't want to be a wet blanket because I do see victories in us. But what we need to understand is it never ends. We only limited by our own mind. So no matter how far we get, you're going to hear me telling you, no, nigga, I need a little bit more. What? You got an A on your test? Congratulations. But what's going on with that A+? That's my thing. I teach in a patriarchal style, not a matriarchal style. I don't teach in a congratulatory way. Oh, wow, look at you. You read the fucking Kabbalion. Oh, no, that's not me. You read the Kabbalion. Now, did you know that was from the Laws of Tahuti? What you got on that? I'm going to always challenge you. That's the nature of how I teach. Nothing personal, player, but that's just how it's going to go down. So I want to congratulate you on that. But I say if you gave $2, $1, do it again. If you gave $20, and we all did it again with just $20, which I know we can afford, that would put Bobby still in a whole different place in terms of his healing. Just just $5. If we did that, if every conscious person who just donated once, who went there and donated once, just did $5 again, that would put him in a whole different place. Remember, he has nothing else, especially now that he's not lecturing. He can barely sell the products that he used to sell to sustain himself. He's surviving solely on your donations. This is a man that has brought Black people around the planet's consciousness to a whole different reality. We're talking that he introduced the dark side to Black people, occultism to Black people, and advanced concepts and decoding mythology to Black people before anyone else was doing it. That's a reality. That's a reality. Show me the tape of somebody else, I bet I'll produce it. But you can't. For what he's done for Black people and continues, all those things on YouTube are from 90s and 2000s that people are benefiting from it now. The national Black anthem is Panic, I Found You, through Bobby Hemmitt. And there's a lot of motherfuckers that fuck with me, so that means a lot of them motherfuckers. Only maybe 2 or 3 times I heard I Found You, then Bobby. Because it's Bobby Hemmitt, then it usually is Panic. Because Bobby Hemmitt is the one who talked about me the most. And validated me. I still had to live up to my end. Otherwise, I'd been invisible. But he only validated me because before I started speaking, he understood my aggression for research. And he really spoke on my aggression for research and my ability to channel, because that's all we did. We talked to spirits to get revelation, because we are all about revelation. You should be all about revelation, new information, new light. That's what he was about, and he's brung that to you for 20 years. The thank you is going to donate to him because he needs it now. Again, I just talked to him. How's Bobby doing? He's doing excellent. His mind, 100%. His body, almost there. He's going through that therapy. He's going through not therapy that's paid by some insurance, which he does not have anyway, but he's not going to nothing cheap. Y'all paid for this is why he's walking with a walker now. Because you guys did that. You guys, you should be fucking absolutely proud at this kind of shit, because this is the kind of shit conscious people should be doing. Generating this energy between us. You know what I'm saying? Because a healthy Bobby only means more information or more light that you're going to receive. So you're only paying for the light that you receive. You're only all that mayat, reciprocity and compensation and balance that you're going for. All of that is nothing but what you did for him, and guarantee you're putting him in a place where he can bring it back to you. Because I know he wants to speak on the experiences that he had because he was telling me shit, nigga. I was around the universe. He was telling me all sorts of shit when he was in that motherfucking coma. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure he would want to share it with you, but Bobby also has dignity. So he wants to stand in front of his people because he represents his image. He doesn't want to stand in front of you on no walker or no wheelchair or no slumped over. He wants to stand in front of you upright. So you guys need to help to do that. Go to my site, occultlectures.com, and look at the bottom, scroll to the bottom of the page, and you will see link to Bobby Hemmitt's Love Fund. That's where you click. Give him $5, man. Give him $5. Give him $5. It's a PayPal thing, so it's secure. No one's looking at your credit cards, none of that kind of shit. Give them $5. You know what I'm saying? Also, you can see Jerry Miller or Sandra Frazier or Kali Ma Love on Facebook. They will link you to his site. All right? Please look out for a brother who looked out for us. All right? Remember, If you're enjoying this and liking this, without Bobby, there wouldn't be no me. So even if you're not into Bobby Hemmett, understand if you're finding light out of what I'm sharing with you today, if you're finding something out of what I'm saying to you today, remember this is the brother who introduced all of this to make it possible for me to even exist on this level where you're even seeing the film, but even on a personal level, based upon my research as a master research, was able to use him as a reference as I went through my goddamn study. Was able to call him at any time, any moment, anytime. I said 4 a.m. Yo, Bobby, I'm doing this and that. He always had a word of advice in a direction. So made me possible on many levels and made a lot of you possible. The fact that you even sitting here listening to me and even able to understand and comprehend is because of him. Pay it forward, niggas. Go see him, occultlectures with an S.com. That's the website. All right. On the unconscious plane, and the conscious is not affected. So the pendulum swing occurred on the unconscious plane, and the conscious was not affected. That's what I just explained to you. If you're dealing unconsciously in your life, you're going to feel the ups and downs. But what you make your consciousness, or what you become conscious enough, the money problems, the things that become unconscious problems. All right? So, as I said, I made teaching why I get out of bed. But due to my teaching, I have to sell products. That's how I pay the rent. That's how I feed my children, my wife, myself. That's how we survive. So I understand this is important, and this is an integral part of why I have to teach as well at this point. It wasn't before, but it is now. Now that your people have demanded more of me teaching, more information, I can't work and do all the other shit I used to do. Because I tell you this, when I was working, I was getting money. I was a thousandaire. I was a rich nigga. Ask Eye Opener, Shabbat, they'll tell you that. I ain't miss a week. I was buying $100. I was getting money. I was a network tech. So it's not like I found a hustle that was better. I was getting money already. I was stacked. This shit got hard. It got hard doing this. But the more I was demanded to share this information, to teach this information, the more I have to rely on this information to sustain me, the people who I teach. So therefore, understanding the law of rhythm, even though this worry could be there, because here's a big worry. If you guys don't like what I say, you're not going to buy an herb pack. I have to hope that you like, because I'm being honest, I have to hope in my honesty, I don't say something that people, oh, panic, oh, no. So all of those can be worries. But understanding the law of rhythm, I shifted that to the unconscious part by highlighting teaching in my consciousness. That's the law of rhythm. That's the law of neutralization you need to understand. All these problems that you complain about or complain to me about, complain about the Illuminati, the white man, chemtrails, what they're doing in your food and all this kind of shit, you can neutralize that by shifting into the unconscious. In other words, put your mind on something that matters, that's a little bit more higher. They told you, they understood that there was two general planes of consciousness, lower and higher. You have to shift your thoughts to higher thoughts. Think about it. If you sit around going, the Illuminati, the white man, he's the beast, they doing that, the chemtrails, Trayvon Martin, those are low thoughts. Did you ever think about that? You're dealing with lower nature thoughts. You're dealing with the action, you're reacting to a beast. You're not acting or reacting. You're not acting or reacting to your higher forms of consciousness. You're pretending that, or you're using that to counterbalance lower thoughts. So each time you see the white man, you counterbalance that, him acting a fool as a police officer, choking a black kid, these black kids fighting on World Star, all the dumb shit that you see, you counterbalance that with saying Hotep, Ashe, beloved, chakras, kundalini, melanin, pineal. Not activating none of these, just saying it and acting like that's your lifestyle. Or you put pictures of yourself dressed up as a fucking sheik with some veils on, and then you're like, oh, look at her. She's beautiful. She's exotic. Like you walk around, you just doing that shit in your living room. You don't walk nowhere with that shit on. You dress up like an Egyptian. Oh, look at this beloved hoe. She's Hotepalicious. You get what I'm saying? And you know you don't walk to your fucking job at Walmart with that shit on. You know what I'm saying? Punch in with your fucking turban on or some kind of shit. But you take all those pictures because that counterbalances, makes you feel better about the low shit that you're interacting with. You're dealing with low nature thoughts. You're not dealing with high nature mentalism, meaning really becoming these things in your mind. They wore a turban and all of those clothes you dress up in was to symbolize something that was supposed to be happening in the mind. That's the chief thing. Not to symbolize what's happening on the fucking body, to symbolize what's happening in the mind. So if it's not happening in the mind, you dressing up don't mean jack shit. It looks cute, and maybe I'll fuck you when you have a turban on. If I wasn't so delighted and in love with my Khadijah. If this was 2001, you get some dick. Oh yeah, wear that Egyptian shit. But that's as good as it gets. Fantasy role-playing shit. It's not no science or no fucking alchemy. Just because you're walking around with a big fucking stick on, with a fucking Horus head on it, that don't make you Horus or dealing with no power unless you mentally did something to own up to that power. Then the stick has a purpose. The turban has a purpose. The veil has a purpose. The ruby has a purpose. This shit right here has a motherfucking purpose, player. You get what I'm saying? It ain't just for costume. Y'all dress up in costumes, and you do that to counterbalance all the low shit you see. You're only counterbalancing it in your emotions. You're not really to really counterbalance it, you have to have we with our intelligent minds have to have a mental shift to change what is conscious into the unconscious. So if they're showing you this on YouTube and Facebook and on the news, what are they doing? They're taking that and putting it in your consciousness. So some days you'll see some good cops. Remember they got them videos of cops breakdancing. Oh, look, it's good to see some good cops. They're breakdancing with the little black kids. Then you scroll down 2 seconds later, then you got a white cop beating the shit out of some teenager. Beating the shit out of an old black lady on the side of a motherfucking highway. Right? All right? So you're going to see that rhythmic swing, but it's all in your consciousness. So when we change our consciousness thoughts to higher thoughts, we neutralize the bullshit. And you niggas, I really go through all of this shit because we only dealing with the law of rhythm. I showed you how to change this whole motherfucker with just rhythm, niggas. Come on, niggas. Get in this class, motherfucker. Oh, I got some class for your ass. And I deal with this in my book, The Laws of Tahuti. That's how important these universal principles are. Once you understand these principles, you can balance your life just on that. We only on the law of rhythm. And I'm showing you how to change the world with just rhythm. Rise him. That's why you niggas are the rhythm people. You niggas are about rhythm. It's what the dance is. The dance of Shiva and who is it? Shiva and Kali have a dance, I believe. Maybe Shiva and Shakti. One of them motherfuckers in the mythology. There's this dance in Shiva. The dance of Shiva is Shiva alone, Shiva Nahagarati, where he's in that circle and he's dancing on the ignorance of humanity. But there's a dance of Shiva in Parvati, maybe Shiva and Parvati, which is a code for tantric sex and a code for the law of rhythm, the principle of rhythm. That's what this shit is about. This is all about our shit. And it starts coming down to some key understandings. You niggas don't understand the keys to shit. That's why you're running around here with this fucking foolishness. Hotep, beloved, like you have done something. You need to understand the keys, some basic shit. I'm trying to tell you this bullshit forever. Understand the keys to certain shit. This is the key. I'm telling you about the law of rhythm. You can change your whole mind. All the days you think you informing somebody, putting up all of these, oh, look at the police and the white man and the Trayvon Martins and all you doing is putting this in your consciousness, then you add it to the consciousness of the rhythm. the rhythm that you're going to be emotionally attached to. You gotta turn it off. Turn it off. Put it in the unconscious rhythm. And no matter how much they try, you won't even notice this goddamn shit going on. That's what all them fucking fake ass new message. That's what all them fake ass Deepak Chopra niggas is talking about. Certain people see the world and they see love in the world. Certain people see hate in war. But what do you see, my brother? What you see is what you are. When they talking all that silly, watered down science and metaphysics in a cult, what they're talking about is actually, if you go on the advanced understanding, is the law of rhythm. You're going to see, or the law of neutralization within the law of rhythm, I should say. What he's saying is, if you see peace, love, giving, and charity, what you're neutralizing war, hate. Does it happen on the earth? Because that's what people say, or that's what people say all the fucking time. Well, it's still happening, Panic. You can't ignore it. What, you're going to turn an eye? They're killing our kids and I know it's going to happen. And it's going to happen no matter if you are looking at it, if you fucking have a fight the power shirt on, if you're out in the street with a machine gun, guess what? It's still going to happen. So we're not talking about stopping it from happening. We're talking about neutralizing its power and effect. We have to start to envision or see ourselves in a certain way. So when you hear the Deepak Chopras and the Oshos and all these Swamis and Dalai Lamas, what they're talking about or trying to deliver is you have to start mentally viewing what you want to be in your consciousness. So if you're trying to, the Illuminati and the white person and the white man and this and that, when you're doing all of that, you're making that a part of your consciousness. To neutralize the effects of what the police doing, you're not going to beat the police. They got guns that shoot around corners. I seen a police video where there was a crowd of people. They sat from a distance, pressed one button, and shot a microwave to niggas. Heated niggas up. And niggas just said, just ran. The whole crowd dispersed because they were heating up because they sent microwaves to a nigga. When they got that, believe you me, there's nothing you're going to do in a group marching with a sign that means absolutely anything. You're not going to win that way. You're going to win your way. What's your way? I'm explaining to you now, you motherfuckers. The law of rhythm, science that was understood, decoded eons ago by your ancestors, which you claim to love, honor, and respect, and I do this for my ancestors. Well, they left you something. Why don't you do what they left you, their science, instead of having this fucking theory about how much you love ancestors? Get into what they left you. It's only you anyway. You left this for yourself. Get into it. Law of neutralization is how you're going to shut this shit down. In other words, ignore their ass. So they can start saying, wait a minute, remember me? I'm the police officer that you're scared of. Remember me? I'm that big mighty white slave master that you're scared of. I'm the guy that teaches you and feeds you. Remember me? Remember me? That's how desperate they are. And believe you me, when you do that, they're going to give you a little bit more because they're going to fight. They say, oh, this is not more. I got to give them more. But if you stick to your science, faith in what you believe, don't just blindly believe in your science. Believe in what it is you know. If I put a 10 cents in my hand, I believe there's 10 cents in my hand because I know I put it in there, not just because I believe like Santa Claus. That's what children believe. You believe your toys got under your... My son believes that potato chips are non-fucking ending in here. He doesn't know that them shits is expensive and I got to buy it for him. So when he's eating it, we got sour cream and onion, Doritos, pretzels, onion and garlic, and because he believes that. But then when he grew up a bit, he sees, when he came in the store and sees me putting my credit card on that motherfucking thing to pay for it, my debit card to pay for it, now he knows where it comes from. He's not as fucking greedy, and he now has panic. Anybody else want some? Because he believes now in what he knows. He believes it because he knows it. He doesn't just blindly believe. We don't have to blindly believe in our science, which was left for us. So we know, you have to start knowing. I believe in our science because I know it works. Y'all believe in it because y'all either try to counterbalance some shit that's really affecting you from this planet on the physical level. Come on now. Brother Panic is teaching you right now. Believe that. Believe it. As my man Azariah would say. Believe that. Believe it. I want to give a shout out and thank you to my brother Azariah, also known as Azazel Bey or Azazel Bey. You find him on Facebook, and you could also find his tapes on YouTube. There was a book that I'm going to do a lecture out of that is out of print. I had the book, and somebody borrowed it from me, didn't give it back, it's sitting on their shelf, and they don't want to be my friend no more since I got with Khadijah. So there's no way to get the book. But Azazel Bey, my trusty resource, always having copies of shit, he was able to get one, and he mailed it to me. So I want to thank my brother for that. I'm going to send him some treats soon. But thank you, brother. All right. So now we're going to keep going with this because I want to get to Bill Cosby. Of the unconscious plane of mental activity, so that the negative swing of, okay, let me go back a little bit so we get it, put it in context. So, in other words, the swing to the pendulum occurs on the unconscious plane instead of the conscious plane, as I just explained. The conscious is not effective. They call this the law of neutralization, all right? Its operations consist in raising of the ego above the vibrations of the unconscious plane of mental activity. So basically, you're raising your thoughts or your ego, your humanity, above the unconscious level of ups and downs. You're doing this by consciously saying, I'm going to control my rhythm. All right? We understand that? Of the unconscious plane of mental activity, so that the negative swing of the pendulum is not manifested in the consciousness. All right? So we switch it so the to the unconscious plane of mental activity, so that the negative swing of the pendulum does not manifest in the consciousness. It does manifest now. It always will manifest. There always will be the opposite side of whatever it is you do. But you need for you to be unconscious of it. Therefore, you won't react, or it won't seemingly affect you how you think. Come on now. All right? It's akin to rising above anything and letting it pass beneath you. So basically, you're rising, letting it pass beneath you. You're above that bullshit. See, now I've said this without explaining it in lectures, and people think you're coarse. So in lecture form, I would say, or on a blog talk, I would say, y'all shouldn't be worried about Trayvon. That's beneath you. Oh, Panic, you sound coarse. You sound cold. See, because I don't have the opportunity or hours to explain the law of rhythm to your monkey ass. Nor should I be. You should be able to study it yourself. But see, I was explaining the law of rhythm. Now it puts in context over the years when you hear Bobby say, let the dead lie with the dead. Don't cast pearls to swine. That's what that means. That's the breakdown. You just got it. The law of rhythm. Don't cast, because you like saying that bullshit on a lower level. But let's get into the science, which we are now, of what that means. That means when you see Trayvon Martin, it's healthy for you to rise above it based upon the law of rhythm and the law of neutralization. They are showing you this every day. They are making it a big deal to get it in your consciousness for the sake of fear, to smack you with fear. This could happen to you. It could happen to your son. It's random. And if they do it, they go free. That's the statement here. But you, as a master conscious person, you know you need to neutralize that from your consciousness. How do you do it? Sorry, Trayvon Martin. Maybe I'll do something, and I have spiritually for you, but I'm not going to cry for your humanity. I'm not going to sit there and go, it could happen to my son. Know why? Because I'm spiritually tight. It will never happen to my motherfucking son. Why? Because I believe in what I know. And what I know is we got his ass protected because I know there's a spiritual side and a physical side. And I also know if it does happen, that was his motherfucking path. What happened to all that metaphysics and that's your path shit that you niggas like to quote on Facebook? That's what he came here to do. You understand? And if there's a whole human outcry for it, then he came here to raise up humanity or do that for humanity, then that's his fucking role. I don't own my son. I'm just the guardian of him as a child to get him prepared to interact on this planet. But what if he decides to become a gay stripper, then hey, have at it, nigga. That's what he came to do. Let's be real, Mr. Spiritualist. All these, I'm so spiritual and I'm so metaphysical, Panic. Then I get the email, Panic, my daughter wants to be a stripper. What ritual can I do to stop her? Why do you need to stop her? What happened to all your, that's my path. That's the metaphysics. What happened to all of that goddamn hot shit, huh? What if they came to be a stripper? What if you stopping them from being a stripper is fucking up their path? What happened to all of that? Come on now. Let's start using our fucking minds now. We so fucking metaphysical. Let's stop with these Facebook slogans. These fucking slogans. These conscious fucking slogans. Beloved, hotel, Ashe. Fuck all of that. That ain't doing nothing for you. I wipe my ass with how far that has gotten you. You're not even using your basic fucking public school brains, your corrupt public school brains to even evaluate your shit. Come on, that's where you at in this. Come on, I'm not being hard on you. That's where you at in this. So don't cast pearls of swine. Let the dead lie with the dead. Trayvon Martin wasn't conscious. We understand what we see as conscious people as his soul, and we have compassion for his soul, his essence, who he really is. But you should have more compassion for this whole entire humanity system because this whole entire humanity system is suffering. If you had a good life, you're going to die. Ask Nate Dogg, high on top of his game. He's a lover. Bitch, we on all that singing he was doing. Bitch, you a hustler and all that. Dead. He's at the top. So that's still sad if you want to look at it that way. As in terms of humanity. That's still sad. All the shit is sad. Everyone's going to get sick and die. Bobby Hemming, a master occultist, still had a stroke. Why? Because he still has to suffer through this human reality. If Bobby's so spiritual, it's spiritual, and he ain't spirulina. There's a motherfucking documentary on Netflix right now called GMO OMG. Watch it. Because on it, the white boy has a son who's infatuated by seeds. All of these vegetables that you niggas are calling organic. And then they go through that Monsanto, that company that was in Vietnam who created Agent Orange chemicals. After Vietnam was over, they created the weed repellents and the spray. What's that spray you spray on your weeds? They first created that, and then they went into crop dusting, and then in the 80s, a law came into being where you can now copyright seeds and certain body parts. So from the white boy's words, you can now copyright God-given privileges. And once they did that, this company started buying up seeds and genetically modifying seeds. All the vegetables that you hold stock in, eat a tomato. If you got anal warts, eat a tomato and a lemon and all that bullshit that y'all be talking as a form of some advanced spirituality. No, this advanced humanity doctoring is what it is. All right? All of these seeds have been genetically modified. The original seeds, they own those. They genetically modify these seeds. And any farmer that uses an organic seed, two things happen. The first thing is this. The next field that's using these genetically modified crop dusting seeds, the pollen or the air brings pollen to the organic ones. The organic ones take on the properties of the genetically modified seeds. So organic, done. Know this. Know it. There's no stock in that as saving your life. Humanity's fucked up. The idea is if you're not dealing with your spirituality as a scientist, you are doomed in hell. Humanity is the thinking of hell. Humanity puts you in hell. Your spiritual thought is heaven. That's what that means. God damn it, you niggas need to get this. The second part of that is this. The company, Monsanto, I know I'm saying it wrong. You know what I'm talking about. Starts with an M. They now say, because your organic plants, food, vegetation has taken on the properties of my seed, you are infringing on my copyright. Therefore, I'm taking your ass to court. So each organic farmer, they systematically take them to court and shut them down, make them buy from their company because their decent organic seed that you trying to be there at the farmer's market has taken on the properties of their corrupt seed. It has attacked the organic. So ain't no real organics. I'm not convinced. It's called GMO OMG on Netflix right now. Right now. And they said, they also spoke on how you can't even cultivate anything in their seeds. So if I'm forced to buy their genetically modified corn, tomato, green peppers, and all the rest of that shit. I'm slated to buy that, and I can't even take the seeds from my plants and replant them. That's against the law. After the crop is done, I have to buy fresh seeds from them. I can't even regenerate. That's how savage these are in their mind. That's the real shit that's fucking with you. That's the real shit that's getting you. But again, I watch this for the sake of information. Does it affect me emotionally? Fuck no. I know what it is. That's why I don't hold stock in, oh, I only eat this and I only eat that, so my doo-doo is only green. Because when you do that to that extreme, what does it say about the law of rhythm? You're always going to be confronted with what? Shit that's attacking your system. Get it right, folks. Be a spiritualist, not a fucking humanist. All right? The Hermetic Master or advanced students polarizes himself at the desired pole. So meaning whatever it is you're enjoying through the laws of neutralization, you get the illusion of enjoyment. Even though the rhythm is not going to stop, but you stay on that side more. Like I told you about Rob Dyrdek in skateboarding. He neutralized the money thing. So even though he may be having money ups and downs, not money ups and downs like you at Walmart and your gas bill, because if he's a millionaire, money ups and downs don't mean the same thing as you and me. So he's in a position to neutralize because that doesn't affect him as much as me and you. But me and you, who has to pay regular bills and have regular money problems, we have to work harder to neutralize it. Less for him. That's why it's easy for that white boy to do it. It's not like he's doing science. It's easy for him to stay getting paid at doing what he loves. So it's easy for him to stay in what he loves, which is skateboarding. So the master hermeticist, a student, or in this case, Rob Dyrdek, was able to polarize himself in a position, and by doing this, or on this desired pole, by staying by the law of neutralization, right? So, in the process akin to refusing to participate in the backward swing. So, refusing to participate in the backward swing. So, let me say that one more time. Another form of neutralizing is refusing to perform or participate in the backward swing. What's the backward swing? I told you, if you are the people who figured out all your science through love, the frequency of love, then the backward swing is fear. So if they're showing you Trayvon Martin, if they're showing you Ferguson, if they're showing you chemtrails, bad food, GMO, Baphomet and Beyonce, conspiracy, 9/11, George Bush, Obama, all that shit, that's the backward swing. You must refuse to participate in the backward swing to polarize yourself in your science. To polarize yourself as that god or goddess that you keep fucking dreaming about. You must refuse to participate in the lower energy or the backward swing, which means you cannot adopt Trayvon Martin no matter how sad it is. I know it's sad. I'm not oblivious or an animal to it. I know it's sad to see some black girl get beat by some funky, hillbilly, redneck, scared, savage, bully cop. I know that. But I also know the law of rhythm. And for me to be my most powerful, I cannot buy into what they're trying to now show me constantly on the news. Then now to YouTube and now on Facebook. I cannot buy into that. Once I buy into that, I participated in the backward swing and I deneutralized what I neutralized, which was these lower energies, to give it up for my higher self, because I said, I'm conscious, I'm God, I'm a Titan, I'm a great old one. So that means I can't participate in human activities. I can't be a lab rat and get in the cage with you. I'm a scientist, so I get to deal and speak on Trayvon Martin from the perspective of someone who observed what's going on. I'm talking about Trayvon Martin as an observer, not as someone who's in the cage with him who it can possibly happen to. It ain't happening to me. I'm a god. I'm a scientist. I conduct the experiments, or I watch the experiments play it out. I watch the chess game. I'm not in it. All right? That's what an occult mind thinks. That's what a master occultist thinks. A master hermeticist, a master student, an adept. That's who you're supposed to be, not a Facebook motherfucking socialite, aficionado. That's not what you're supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Get it together, nigga. I like Jell-O pudding. The master hermeticist or advanced student polarizes himself on a desired pole, and by a process akin to refusing to participate in the backward swing, or if you prefer, denial of its influence over him. You heard that? Denial of the influence over him. That's why you hear other black people talking about, well, you're denying this and that, and you're denying this happening. You're goddamn right I'm denying this happening. But I'm participating in my God force. I'm denying humanity's, because you have to accept that the fact that humanity will and always be flawed. It was born in a flaw. If you don't understand that, read anything on Gnosticism. Jacques Lecarrier's book, The Gnostics, is an excellent one for someone starting out. And you read about Gnosticism, and you'll read that this entire reality was born in a state of a flaw. There's nothing here that will be ever perfect. What you had as black people, which still wasn't perfect, was us mimicking something greater that exists within us. So we made it manifest in cultures, in our interactions with people, but we were only mimicking something that exists in a greater place, understanding that this place by nature is flawed. So I'm going to deny this flaw and raise up the greater part of me. That's what you're doing. That's what you're supposed to be doing as a conscious person. The day you become conscious, when you say, well, I'm sick of this, and I'm sick of the white man, I'm sick of the lies, I'm sick of religion, I'm sick of that, what you're really saying is, I'm sick of humanity and all that it has delivered to me. And when you say, I'm sick of that and all that's delivered to me, then the first thing you say is, well, what else is there? Then you hear, oh, you got melanin, kundalini, a soul, pineal chakras. But these things need to be activated because they sleep in humanity. How do you activate it? Well, you like to hear it? Here you go. There's breathing, there's meditation, there's ritual, there's crystals, there's candles, there's color therapy, there's aromatherapy, there's readings, there's herb packs, there's baths, there's oils, there's blah, blah, blah. You can go on and on for days. But if you're using these things to be a better human, you totally missed the point. In the law of rhythm, all you did was raise up that backward swing. Shit that you were already telling yourself you were trying to escape. Now you use these things to actually enhance what it is you think you were trying to escape as a human. When you enhance your consciousness, you lose that emotional reaction with humanity. So when somebody says, okay, you're supposed to do that, I'm like, you're looking for me to emotionally say you're a goddess and you're special and we love you. I'm not going to say that because that's raising up your humanity. That's counterproductive to what it is not only I'm saying and said clearly, but the shit that you said. When you say, well, I'm tired of religion, I'm tired of humanity, I'm tired of these works, I'm tired of the white man doing this, saying I'm tired of humanity. So you don't get to come to me and ask me to help you with your humanity anymore. You fucking up the rhythm, player. I like Jello. All right. Let me move on. To participate in the backward swings, or you prefer denial, or its influence over him or her. He stands firm in his polarized position. I mean, I'm conscious no matter how it goes. My mama died, I'm gonna see that as a conscious thing. Not as, oh shit, then I got my mama. No, it's conscious. Why? Because I stand polarized in my position as God. Polarized in my position as God. Everything you throw at me, I evaluate as a God. Especially if I'm dealing with conscious. Humans, I leave that to humanity. In it, not of it. He allows the mental pendulum to swing along the unconscious plane. He allows the mental pendulum to swing along the unconscious plane. Meaning, what does that mean? That means, as we already discussed, that when you neutralize correctly, what you're doing is you are all the stuff that is of lower nature, all the stuff that is of considered all the stuff that is considered lower or problematic to you, when the pendulum swings, you're not even fucking aware it's happening. Holla glory! That's the way you want to be. All right. So he polarizes his position, allows the mental pendulum to swing back along the unconscious plane. All individuals who have attained any degree of self-mastery accomplish this, more or less unknowingly, by refusing to allow their moods, emotions, as I pointed out, and negative mental states to affect them. They apply the law of neutralization. I like Jello. The master, however, carries this to a much higher degree. See, now, what they're saying, if you have self-mastery, you have accomplished this. So most people unconsciously, Rob Darrow-Deck, the skateboard guy that I told you about, he accomplished this unconsciously. Why? Because he mastered himself. How did he master himself? He was a skateboard dude that somebody said, I'm going to give you money for skateboarding. So his whole thing was, I don't never have to grow up. This is some Peter Pan shit. You know what I'm saying? So he's now applying neutralization because he's in the position to apply it. He's not in no way better than you. Because you don't have that money and you wanted to be somebody who was the master cardboard box builder, but there's no job to be that, or a fisherman, you had to take a job at fucking The Price is Right or whatever the fuck it is you do, automatically you can't live your dream. So him living his dream, he's able to apply the law of neutralization naturally. That's cause of self-mastery. He mastered his job. He mastered his life. I'm a skateboard guy who's making skateboard money. Self-mastery. Most people who mastered their self in some sort of way, even like Donald Trump, who's a racist, a bastard, but he's still self-mastered because, you know, and usually and it's not truly self-mastery. They usually get it from their father, which puts them in a feeling or the illusion of self-mastery. So most of these white boys is hand-me-down money. It's not, and they're doing things based upon this fake illusion of self-mastery, but they have mastered themselves based upon getting that gift. We didn't get that gift. We got slavery or the remnants of it. Therefore, it's harder for us to neutralize or self-master. But as a conscious person, this is what we get into now. The master, and the master is just code for the conscious person, the illuminated one, the alchemist, the metaphysician, the occultist. So the master or the hermeticist, however, carries this to a much higher degree. So I'm going to carry it because I'm conscious to a higher degree because of my awareness than this little skateboard punk, right? I carry to a higher degree of proficiency, and by the use of the will, I attain a degree of poise and mental firmness, almost impossible of belief on the part of those that allow themselves to be swung backwards. See, it's impossible. My mental firmness is impossible to believe for those others who allow themselves to be swung backwards when you're dealing with that rhythm. So when I tell niggas my fortitude and that Trayvon Martin don't affect me, this don't affect me, because they are on that pendulum swing of backwards and forwards, I hear things like, damn, Panic, you cold, and I know you hate humans, but don't tell Panic that Panic ain't gonna do that. Panic is Panic. I'm like, motherfuckers, why are y'all trying to judge me in terms of human morality? Human morality. You're trying to judge me there. You don't understand in my level of consciousness, I'm a firm master on the side of a pendulum swing that's higher than your fucking human interpretations of motherfucking events. But here's the good news. I do everything in my power to bring you there with me. I don't throw this in your face. I'm here to bring you there with me. I'm teaching you now how to get there, nigga. How to be this shit that's going on, to be non and void of it. Are you ignoring it on a level you are? Do you see it exists? And do you have compassion? Absolutely. I have compassion for any black kid that gets killed. But my emotional reaction is different because I know through my emotions it would allow me to swing my pendulum when I'm on the pendulum of higher self. And these events hit me unconsciously. It hits me unconsciously, meaning I don't have emotional reaction and I'm not tied in or dragged into this mental state or the mind control, or in other words, the shit they doing to you ain't working for me because this is how it works. It's a mental fuck. It's a mental fuck. The emotions that come along with it is just only showing you the state of your mental. All right? So they're there to mentally fuck you over. They're there to show this for a mental reaction, to keep your pendulum stuck on the polarity of humanity, lower thoughts, negativity, and fear. Conscious people, you're supposed to shake your rhythm to a higher frequency of love, my niggas. That's what this is. That's what you're doing here. Because I know you don't know what the fuck you're doing. What you think you're doing is seeing how many times you can quote Bobby Hemmett. Are y'all all right? And think you fucking figured some shit out. You haven't. Change your polarity means you need to change your mind. Neutralize this bullshit. As a master hermeticist. So mental firmness is what we're talking about. I'm mentally firm and I'm God, motherfucker. I know I'm God. I know you're the goddess only if you decide to mentally realize it, motherfucker. Not just because you have a motherfucking vagina. You born with a vagina. That ain't no fucking accomplishment, motherfucker. You born with breast milk when you lactate for a child. That ain't no accomplishment. Stop holding that up alone as that's an accomplishment. When you activate these on a spiritual level and understand their holistic part in the universe, that the universe nurtures you, and it's a feminine principle. And you hold that symbolically within your body. When you understand that, you ain't a goddess because you're a female. You're a goddess because you represent the feminine principle, which is fucking different. Let's get it, niggas. Teach me how to Dougie, nigga. You get it? It's the feminine principle. If you embody that and embrace that, which exists in man and in female. The masculine principle exists in man and female. You're an androgynous being as the God and goddess within you. You came down here to realize the masculine or the God side of you if you're walking around with a dick, because it represents a symbol. A symbol. And only a symbol that you wear when you're in humanity. When you leave humanity, you are no longer masculine or feminine. You are an androgynous being. Mayats, that you like to say. Balance. The rhythm manifested. Polarity manifested. That's your higher self. Down here, you're symbolic of a penis. You're symbolic. And everybody's born with a dick or a pussy. That don't make you a god or a goddess. Do the alchemy, my niggas. God or goddess is a motherfucking title that you must acquire through your fucking alchemy, through your mental state. Step one is just knowing that you're a god or a god. So you niggas is at step one when you say I'm a god or a goddess, peace god or peace goddess. Step one. There's pathways, things you need to understand in your ancient science, your mental alchemy that you need to do to say, oh, okay, my thinking is what makes me a god or a goddess. Or my thinking is what makes me a fucking human. What I see is a lot of niggas calling themselves gods and goddesses and thinking like a human. Neutralized on a negative pole. Get it, nigga, get it, nigga. I like Jello. The master, however, carries this to a much higher degree in proficiency. And by the use of his will, he obtains a degree of poise, mental firmness, also mental firmness, almost impossible of belief on the parts of those who allow themselves to be swung back and forward by the mental pendulum of moods and feelings. All right? So your moods and feelings, if you're getting bounced around through that, you wouldn't understand someone like me who's telling you what I'm telling you today, or telling you what I've been telling you about. See, another one, when, what's that boy who played John Coffey? When John Coffey died, all these niggas, I know Panic done talked to him, oh, this is going to be hot. And then they was shocked when I got on the radio and said, fuck John Coffey. Why the fuck would I want to talk to him? And as many niggas as I've been talking to, you should be able to talk to him by yourself, because I told you how by now. Get a fucking herb pack, talk to him by yourself. I don't give a fuck what he has to say. They just couldn't understand. Oh, but a black man died. So he was nothing but a fucking actor. He did nothing, and even the roles he took or nothing stood out. You know what I'm saying? I'm scared of the dark, boss. Fuck, who cares? And even if he was special, y'all talk to him if you need to. So people just couldn't understand that. Why? Now you should understand, because I don't swing myself there. I'm not emotionally connected to someone dying like that. You understand? Black or whatever. It doesn't emotionally do that for me. You understand? So understand, that's why you couldn't I'm not into these moods or feelings with this swing, but you are. So when the people who don't understand that, who call themselves conscious and on this level, when they do that, you have revealed yourself. That's why I'm confident in telling you what you don't know all the fucking time. Because that's how you reveal yourself to me. It ain't what you say or what you repeat in terms of your God or what book you read. That ain't proving to me nothing. It's when you say these sociological bullshit things to me on the side that really tell me what you really fucking with. That's why I'm conscious enough to say, hey, now I'm teaching it to you. So now you know. And don't say you don't know, motherfucker. Now I'm explaining to you why you feel I'm so fucking coarse. I'm coarse because I'm not trying to give you what you need. You feel I'm coarse because you're looking for something to appease you in a human way, and I don't give it to you. So you don't get what you need from me in the email when you ask these fucking questions that you can find out from yourself. Why? Because I'm not trying to raise up your humanity and tell you how beautiful you are, because your nose is a black nose that we find on the walls of Egypt. That's appeasing you humans. And I'm not here to do that. I wouldn't do you the dishonor of appeasing your humanity. I'm doing you a favor. I'm showing you what it is to be a God, where you don't need me to tell you anything but how my research went when you researched the same item. We need to share light. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Sharing light, sharing breakthroughs, interacting with each other because we are of the same mind. So therefore we share the mind. So what you do and I do, even though it looks on the illusion of different, when we come together, we have one God mind, one same mind, one frequency, the one, like they call Neo. Uno, numero uno, like Miss One said in The Wiz. Numero uno. You know what I'm saying? Of one mind, one divine quantum mind, all connected when we dealing in the same light. When you still debating, arguing, because you ain't dealing with no light. You're dealing with fucking your human ego and your will. I'm right. No, motherfucker, we all right. If we dealing with lights, ain't no one motherfucking way. Nigga, our minds are so fucking complex. You know what I'm saying? When you deal with the androgynous state. I just told you in polarity, like and unlike are what? Alike, niggas. Are the same. Like and unlike are the same. How are you debating when you understand your science in the law of polarity? There is no debate, nigga. That's human shit. Human shit. Ain't no debate when you understand the law of polarity. Like and unlike are the same. No matter how you get there, if you find light, then you are there. You niggas ain't dealing with no light. You're dealing with your own fucking agenda. Come on now. Just play in your fucking sandbox. Stay in your fucking sandbox with that bullshit. So now you niggas understand on a more deeper level, which I tell in class, in the class format, not in the lecture format, where a lot of that shit comes from. Let the dead lie with the dead. Don't cast pearls to spine. Fuck these dead ass niggas. Fuck Trayvon Martin on that level. It ain't about you devoid of compassion, but my compassion for these black folks lie in a different place. It doesn't lie in raising up their humanity or even celebrating their humanity. We deal and celebrate their spirituality. You understand this? There comes into operations that which is known as the law of compensation. The law of compensation, which is under the law of rhythm. Because, you know, most people say, well, my yacht is, you give me that, and we need to balance it out with reciprocity. I give you $1, you owe me something for $1. I can say that's true, and that does hold forth in your human interactions, but we need to deal with it on, that's not the spiritual understanding of it. The law of compensation. One of the definitions and the meaning of the word compensation is to counterbalance. So when you really talk about compensation, talk about counterbalance. If I give you one thing, you need to balance that out. That's how you're dealing with the rhythm. You understand? Counterbalance, which in the sense in which the hermeticists, this is the sense in which the hermeticists use the term. So most of the people who call themselves your teachers, and they very much well are, they'll say, my yacht is reciprocity and this and that, and you're pigs, and you shouldn't do this, and that's what that means, because they're reading it from a human, mundane level. They're not going into the symbols, the occultism, or the metaphysics of it. So the hermeticist or the occultist understands compensation or reciprocity is counterbalance, right? It is in this law of compensation in which the Kabbalion or the laws of Tahuti, principle of Tahuti refers to, says, the measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm always compensates. So the rhythm is always going to compensate. So no matter how, so you need to understand this as well. No matter how bad these police officers act out, this white man acts out, chemtrails, vaccinations, St. Ives, malt liquor, whatever the fuck y'all complain about, rhythm is going to compensate, which means the pool of conscious light is always on that other side. So there's never more light than more darkness, because why? Dark and light are what? Based upon the law of polarity. Like and unlike are what? The same thing. There is no such thing as I'm dark side, or I'm light side, or I'm a light bringer. That's low-level understandings, people who don't understand polarity. Darkness in the light is a process, but it's actually the same thing. That's why darkness can be into light, or a light lit room can become dark, because it's the same thing. The room is still there, whether there's light or darkness in it. It's just different. Remember, polarity is different extremes of different opposites, or the same thing, but different extremes. Light and dark is still dark, or still light. Still can be illuminated through dark light. So it's just as foolish to be, I'm the dark side, nigga. I'm the dark side. I'm the dark side. No, that's a different, that's a concept in light. So it's so-called light side. But you have to deal with it all to be androgynous or complete. Come on now. Why? Because if we understand the law of polarity, which is your science, your ancient law, which you claim to believe in, like and unlike are the same. So darkness and light are the same. Ain't no I'm dark side, he's light side. That kind of slowed down. That used to be a big deal. I'm dark side. I'm so dark side. I don't even wear white drawers, nigga. Oh, that's a dark side man. I like him, but he's light side. That's like almost saying I like him, but he's a Baptist. I like him, but he's Catholic. I like him, but he's Episcopalian and all this kind of shit. Just as dumb as that. If you understand your science. Come on, y'all. Y'all learning today. I like Jello. Y'all gonna learn today. So the measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left, rhythm compensate. So no matter how bad they get, you can guarantee that the counterbalance or the good is there. You just need to be on that side of the pendulum swing to be able to counterbalance it. So it is an answer there. It's not like you have to search for answers to defeat this white man. You're just looking in the wrong place. You're looking in the same cesspool that he has given you for your answers on his side of the rhythm. If you turn to your conscious side of the rhythm, polarize his shit, you can neutralize his shit, you can neutralize it on your side of polarity with consciousness with the same equal measurement that he gives you. Ain't no, I wonder if this will work or that'll work. It will work. Why? Because as extreme as he could get, there's a counter swing to the left. Know what that's called? That's called compensation. Counterbalance. You understand this now? The law of compensation means in our light science, there's an absolute answer and equal response to anything he can possibly give you. The problem is we are not dealing with our polarity, our forms of light. All our actions or reactions are his cesspool, fear. We're not dealing with the higher frequency, which is unconditional love. Not love for your fellow human being. I love the kids. I love the babies. Okay, you may do it. Have at it. We're talking about an extreme love of self, which is the true opening of the heart chakra. All right? All right? So now when you open that heart chakra for unconditional love of self, I teach this in class about the lower chakras, the gateway, the upper chakras, and the lower chakras, humanity. The heart chakra is called the place of the wounded child. The place of the wounded child. Here is where you realize in your consciousness that everything below you, these three lower chakras, which have been developed by all forms of humanity, is hurt, wounded, in fear, insecure, and this is where you heal the wounded child. Become the Christ, the Christios, the anointed, unconditional love for self. Here's where you forgive all your parents because you realize what? They were human too. I ain't telling you no more. You're going to have to take the class for that portion of it. But here in the heart chakra is where the unconditional love of consciousness begins. The gateway, the crown of the four devils. The three lower chakras, the four devils. This is the crown. This is where you become Lucifer or Christ or Jesus. Jesus and the devil, what are they? Two opposite poles, like and unlike, right? What does that mean? They're the same. The bright morning star, the sun. The light of Jesus, the light of the world. What is the bright morning star but the sun? Lucifer's the bright morning star. So he's the sun too. Guess what? Lucifer is Jesus. Jesus is Lucifer. Different polarity. Lucifer below you is the human aspect of Lucifer, the fallen angel. Lucifer here is where he becomes the wounded child or crowned at the top of the four devils. The throne. Your heart is the throne. Then you see Jesus. He is sitting with one hand on the heart, one hand up. Because they show him, once you get here, there's more. That's what so Jesus is telling you, don't focus on me. Look up here. Where you've seen in Enter the Dragon, Bruce Lee telling that kid, point to the moon. He said, if you concentrate on the finger, you're going to miss all the glory of the motherfucking moon. What was he telling them? He said, if you concentrate on the symbol, you're going to miss what the symbol is saying. So Jesus Christ, the fake Jesus made up like Jesus, he's a symbol. He's a symbol for the Christos of consciousness. Most people concentrate on Jesus. I know Jesus. Jesus is a light of mine. I know Jesus. And what it is he's got his hand on his heart chakra and he's pointing up. Because he's saying the shit is really up here once you get here. The Christos. So your polarity is unconditional love of self, of your flaws. One of the things I teach in class is like, stop saying sagging is niggas. It's not like you want to be sagging or understanding, but stop getting emotional over black men who wear their pants down. Why do you give a fuck? You need to start accepting it. Why? Not because it's smart or sexy, because as an alchemist, you understand you need to find unconditional love even for that nigga. Even to understand this whole entire plight has a meaning. Even the ignorance, the pole dancing, the robberies, rape has a meaning. Even as a humanist, you will never understand this meaning. You will never co-sign, and you will always have an opinion. And there's nobody here is condoning rape, crime, or violence in any form. But do you understand it as a scientist? Yeah. If you understand 1,000 rats in a little area, the motherfuckers are going to start eating each other and killing each other. You wouldn't even be emotional about rats killing each other. Why? Because you're not a rat, right? As a scientist, you would just explain that. Well, their living conditions, they had no food. Of course they're going to eat each other. That's what you would write on your report. You would keep it moving. You wouldn't sit there and cry for the rats. You wouldn't say, well, the rats had, oh, my heart goes out to the rats. They were your experiment. You got to look at humanity the same way. This is an experiment. So I'm not going to cry for Trayvon Martin. I'm not going to cry. If I'm in a personal situation, and it was my son, of course, because that's a personal situation. Like, I'm going to save my kids, and any kids that are around me, I'm going to save. But whoever the kids are, I don't know them motherfuckers, and I'm not saving the kids. I'm saving kids. I've saved plenty of kids. They call me Mr. fucking Panic. In fact, now one of my son's friends has been living with us for 3 months, and I'm saving the kids. You know what I'm saying? I'm saving that kid. You understand? He had an issue. And so there's a difference. Any kid in your cipher, any words of wisdom that they ask from you or you could bestow on them, of course, I'm not stupid. We're not talking about me living as an animal, but as a scientist, the subject of the kids, the babies, the this. You can't and don't, and that's why nobody has been saving the kids, because that's a fucking concept that don't work and won't work. It's an idea that makes you feel good when you say it. You know what I'm saying? The babies. But it's actually no one's doing it. You save your babies and any babies in your fucking cipher that you can save, absolutely. But emotionally reaction, see, because I have a spiritual compassion, a greater compassion for Trayvon Martin. I don't have a human compassion for him. Kids die every motherfucking day. And then you niggas want to talk about death is freedom and you ain't scared to die. You ain't coming back and you're ready to die. But so what then? He's dead. Isn't that a fucking jewel compared to all the bullshit shit you say on your blogs? Any motherfucking way? So it's compensation. It's the rhythm of compensation. The lower compensation, the swing in one direction determines the swing in the opposite direction. The opposite pole, one balances, counterbalance to the other. So basically, no matter what they do, in our polarity, in our science, there's always an answer or always a way to deal with it. But Hermeticists claim that the master or advanced student is able, to a degree, to escape escape the swing towards pain by the process of neutralization before mentioned. So neutralization is the key. And I explained that to you well. But you also have to understand, once you have to be on your side to neutralize the opposite. So you have to understand the two opposite poles. Understand they're the same, but understand they're two different degrees, and you have to be able to determine the degrees. Fear cannot exist without love. Love cannot exist without fear. They're married to each other. Set cannot exist without Horus. Horus cannot exist without Set, the tale of two brothers. All right? The law of compensation plays an important part in the part of the lives of men and women. It will be noticed that one generally pays the price for anything he possesses or lacks. It has one thing he lacks, the other. If he has one thing, he lacks another. The balance is struck. No one can keep his penny and have a bit of cake. That's where you get to stay. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Oh, now we understand what these statements mean. All right? That we've been saying all the fucking time. Can't have your cake and eat it too. Well, they're talking about the law of compensation, my niggas. Like I said, everything in this world is ours. And it comes down to our science. If you study and understand our science, trust me, you got this. Teach me how to, Dougie. No one can keep his penny and have a bit of the cake at the same time. Can't have your cake and eat it too. Everything has pleasant and unpleasant sides. The things that one gains are always paid for by the things that one loses. The rich possess much of what the poor lack, but the poor often possess things beyond the rich. That's interesting. You're a poor person. You usually have integrity, you appreciate shit, compassion for humans, the list goes on. But if you're rich, it's usually the opposite. You don't give a fuck about people. All you got to do is watch Paris Hilton's reality show, The Simple Life, if you can find that anywhere, which I bought all of them. Shit was funny to show what an animal she was. Growing up rich, she had no compassion, no appreciation for people's shit, no appreciation for anything, basically. So poor people have more compassion. That's real quick. So what rich have, even though rich have money, poor people have no money. So it's all about rhythm, compensation, and the other thing I wanted to say, things that one gains are always paid for by things that other one loses. This happened to me, and usually to the conscious people that I talk to, I find this similar. And now that I'm sharing it, I guarantee you a lot of people are going to listen to it. Oh, this shit happened to me too. Losing your shit. I was doing it up. I made rap records, started at a very young age, and made a lot of rap records money. Producing. Producing is a whole different animal than singing and dancing in terms of the money. So my house reflected that. And then I started selling porno on the internet. Right when the internet started up. And you think rap music is a lot of money. Shit. Don't underestimate how nasty motherfuckers are. And this was at a time where porno was rare to get. You only could get porno in the big cities. So places like Utah, with all these restrictions, they were now able to go online and get some flicks. And I can tell you, the white people who used to email me, oh boy, the shit they would ask for, you got anything that you can't sell online? That was their line. No, motherfucker. Everything is legal, but they was always looking for some shit flick or something. Animals and all something. There was this dude, fuck that shit. I'm putting it out there. I used to work at the record label. I found a porno store on Canal Street. So the white boys wanted to go to the porno store. Took them there. So they buying all this fucking porno. You know what I'm saying? All right, so they happy. I made them happy. Panic made them happy. Then there was another white boy said, yo, I heard you took everybody to the porno store. Where that shit at? I said, nah, I'll take you right on Canal. So we went to Canal, took him there. So he's browsing porno. I'm waiting. White boy. There's a group called Nickelback. At the time I was at the label, which is Roadrunner Records, Nickelback wasn't signed. Nickelback, after I left, they signed a group, Nickelback. Look up this white boy, big group. This white boy was A&R, the second dude that I bought. A&R. He signed Nickelback. He's still at the label. So when he in his store, this nigga's browsing porn, he go right to the animal section where the chicks is fucking animals. I'm like, wait a minute. Who buys that shit? He's browsing this shit like this is the hot shit. He's getting women fucking donkeys. Today I fucked the goat, you know what I'm saying, and all this kind of shit. He's buying all this fucking animal porn. I'm like, what's good with that, son? He looked at me and said, yo, don't tell nobody on the job that I bought this kind of porn. I said, your secret's safe with me, player. So he's really going to go home and masturbate to animal porn. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're dealing with here. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're dealing with. Also, when they used to have the same way Def Jam had those parties, well, the white boys had these parties too, release parties. And I wasn't into none of the music. It was just a job for me. I was actually the general manager, so I ain't even interacting with anything. But every once in a while, you know, free drinks, free food, good shrimp. I'll stop at a party, maybe a couple. I also hired. I had about 4 or 5 employees that I hired under me. I used to hire it was young niggas. So it was my boys, little brothers, or niggas I knew who wanted to make a little bit of change. So we would go get some drinks. So one bar I went to, and they put up porno, and it's shit porn. And these niggas is having a good old ball watching shit porn. You know, motherfuckers shitting in each other's mouths, pissing on each other, shitting in each other's mouths, and spitting the shit back in other motherfuckers' mouth, just rubbing shit on each other. And when they rubbing shit on each other, they like making sounds, yum, 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 yum. So I had to ask the IT dude, Sasha, I was like, what the fuck would anybody in their motherfucking right mind find interesting in some motherfucking shit like this for? What the fuck are they doing here? And he was like, they get a thrill off of degradation, degrading them. I'm like, but they're eating fucking straight shit, lumps of shit. They eating it. That's just who these people are. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to read no Making of the White Man or none of that shit. They show who they are. These shit parties, nah, just rubbing shit on themselves. I seen this shit firsthand. We had to leave, you know, we couldn't stay at it. You know, we had to leave. Anybody sitting there watching those shit flicks. And they just had this shit open in the bar. That's who they are. You following these motherfuckers, walking around using their thought patterns for your template, you niggas, or trying to negotiate with them. You know what I'm saying? Fucking protesting, write Congress. That's who you trying to hope figures out something about you and change your laws. These people, shit walking. Now, when I became conscious, Dr. Africa, our beloved brother Laila Africa, Dr. Africa, he started breaking down this is a psychological thing because when they was in the caves, they didn't have nothing that they could make. The only thing that they could make was shit. So they would have wrestling matches in shit, and sexuality would be connected to shit from caves. He says, so 2 things. When you see mud wrestling and why these white boys are so infatuated and find it sexually, you know, they strip down to their, take off their bras and their titties are out, and they start mud wrestling and shit, putting that shit all over them, is because they have a psychological sexual connection built in their unconscious collective, your subconscious mind, and they connected to sex because they used to shit in the caves because they, you know, there was no television, no forms of writing, no forms of storytelling. All they could do is grunt, ugawa, now. So all they had that they could make was shit. You know what I'm saying? And they would shit in the middle of the room and just rub and fuck. And it would be a form of protection too. They would rub all this shit on them and go out in the world because they didn't have any melanin or immune system. So the shit that they would rub on them would protect them. Now you have, as you fast forward, a bunch of motherfuckers rubbing shit on them in these fucking porno videos. That's who they are. This is something that is now built into their framework, their DNA, their nature. Nature is changeable. Nature is changeable. It's natural for a bear to do bear shit, but I've also seen a bear in a tutu blowing horns in a fucking circus. It's natural for a lion to be out in the wild, but then they have these lions in captivity who they now can't put in the wild. They won't know how to survive. There's a lion that they had in captivity for a long time that these people raised. Then they put the lion in the wild. They managed to do it on a level where the lion was able to adapt. So after a year later, they go back. This was on YouTube. They go back into the wild and they said, well, don't do that because now that the lion has been in the wild, it's a motherfucking lion again. You just meat to the motherfuckers. But you know, white boys, no, we believe, we have the hope. We have hope. So they went in the wild, rolled up on the motherfucking lion. The lion ran up on a hard dog, and then the lion just jumped up and hugged them. And they was hugging the lion. The lion was on fucking 2 feet hugging the white boys. And then went to the other one, jumped up and hugged them. Hugged these motherfucking white boys. So, what that tells you, nature is changeable. That's what alchemy is. That's what evolution is. The changing of nature. And certain shit is harder to change, and certain shit you can dictate an event that dictates the behavior of their nature. Their nature is through fear. Hate is an emotion, and it's really not opposite of love. Hate is emotion that's subordinate to fear. Ku Klux Klan and white boys fear you. So as a reaction, emotional reaction comes out as hate. But they're really scared of what they don't know. They're ignorant. They're born and raised in ignorance and never really been educated. Only educated somewhat by the Moors. But as Dr. Leem said, shit, that shit is still going on. Remember, there are people who are just getting up to recycling. They're just getting up to that level in their consciousness. Interacting with the earth where they're recycling after they fucked it up to all hell. There's enough plastic in the ocean to be a continent, they say, in the Pacific Ocean. That's who they are. That's how they act. That's their level of consciousness. And we're trying to clean up that mess using that same reason, that same polarity. We have to shift our polarity into true conscious thought to really obliterate or neutralize them. All this goddamn wanting to sit out and fight with this monkey. He ain't did nothing but bring you down to his motherfucking level. We're going to fight and take him to his face. Get at that beast. See that beast on his level. Then you failed. You failed in your understanding of who you truly are. Stop saying that Egyptian shit and seeing how beautiful the pictures was and understand what they were teaching, the science. I'm teaching you through the laws of Tahuti, the Egyptian science. And I don't stop there. I deal with all world sciences because it's ours. Breath of Brahma, we're going to get into some Hindu shit. Don't stop there. All right, so now that we understand the law of rhythm thoroughly, I might add, we need to get into some Bill Cosby shit. So now, Bill Cosby, first and foremost, I heard conscious people saying, oh, it ain't true, it's a conspiracy. The white man's at it again. Look at him, what they doing to our good brother. They're trying to get at his legacy and all that shit. I'm saying, here y'all going. Y'all fell for this okie doke shit again. First and foremost, before all of this, remember, I thought niggas couldn't stand Bill Cosby. Remember that? What happened to all of that? Before all of this, it was like, he's the boule. You know what I'm saying? Remember all of that? He's the boule. Remember all that shit he said about the black women? So now, just because a white man said it, or it's in that same mind control format, you have that typical reaction. That reaction that they can count on. Oh, it's a conspiracy. They're trying to do that. And once they started doing that, the Ebola virus is going away. And blah blah blah. They don't need to use that to distract you from Ebola. Ebola was a fucking distraction. Y'all niggas is not even using your regular thinking caps. Bill Cosby. Let me see some of the notes I wrote down here so we get an understanding of some of the things that went on in the Cosby era. Let's take us back to the Cosby era. First of all, who Bill Cosby is. Bill Cosby has been the champion of what you call black moralism or human moralism as well, but primarily directed at black people. Now, what you need to understand is moralism is an invention of humanity. Moralism isn't real. Moralism is a illusion. That's an occult understanding. Morality is only dictated by social situations. I remember MySpace, it was about clicking on as many friends as you have. Facebook, it was about, do you know me, motherfucker, before you add me as a friend? It became immoral to do what you did on MySpace on Facebook. And this is because morality is dictated in social situations or scenarios. For instance, if I said, this is my wife and she's 16 years old, y'all niggas would throw me under the bus for that. But in India, they marry women at 7 years old. And this is normal. You don't call him a pedophile. I don't think they have sex at that age. They have sex when they come of age. But still, coming of age is like 16 to 17 still. And you have a grown man having sex with a 16, 17. If they did it here, he's a pedophile, he's a pedophile, he's this and that. Even the laws, if you look on the book, the ages of consent for sex are state to state. There's no 18 across the board. In some states, you can have consensual sex with a 16-year-old, no matter what age you are. Some 14, 15, some you can marry at 16, 14. It's all different, very state to state. I've seen that online one time, which means moralism is an invention, depending on how the folks see it. It's not real. It's an illusion. So Bill Cosby was one who felt he needed to tell your ass how to act and react. It didn't start with the Cosby Show. Go watch the Cosbys, not the Cosby, Fat Albert in the Game. Fat Albert in the Game is a whole show about black moralism. At the end of the show, they sang a song. Don't you steal now, stealing's never fun. If you steal from the police, you gonna have to run. La la. Then Fat Albert be playing some old fat ghetto Radiator, and what niggas be playing fucking mattresses and shit. You're gonna have to steal, and no one likes a thief, and all this kind of shit they were saying with a funky ass beat, but it was always a moral, what you call it, a moral to the story, which was made pretty much sense because you could stomach it because it was for kids. And kids don't know shit. So kids need to be first brought into humanity before they're actually conscious. You need to know how to interact with humanity. So that's where it makes sense. So Bill Cosby always seen himself as a moral guy. I don't curse in my stage, and you shouldn't curse. And Eddie Murphy told the story where Bill Cosby called him, you can't say film, fire, and filth, and all that shit. I like Jello. And he said, you can't say that shit because we're trying to project morality. That's what he was talking about. We're trying to project morality. Bill Cosby also broke a lot of barriers. One of the first to do this, the first black guy to do that. He was in a show called I Spy. And one of the first black leads on a serious show of that type of its time. I Spy still comes on Centrix, which is either a subsidiary of either BET or TV One. And Centric, if you get Centric, you can see I Spy. One of the episodes, either Bobby or Brother Dawood talked about it, that Bill Cosby's password, not actually on all the episodes, because they were spies. So to get in the headquarters, they had to say their password to get in. Bill Cosby's password was Boule. That's how he got in. And he said his mother's name was Miss Boule. So people knew early on that Bill Cosby was from a secret society or fraternity called the Boule. Now, in consciousness, where you hear this, there's a lot of misinformation on the Boule. One of the divine teachers that came before us who made the transition was a brother named Steve Coakley. Steve Coakley, and you still can find his tapes online, was one of the premier scientists to bring forth us information on Illuminati, secret societies, and these fraternities. And one of the fraternities that he outed eloquently was a fraternity called the Boule. Now, another brother named Javon Bruckner had a newspaper. I don't know if it's still in circulation now, especially now with the internet's popularity. Most people are reading things on the internet. So I don't know if he still suffered like real newspapers are suffering the printed word. He had a paper called the Ghetto Times. And in it, he reported conscious things. And what he did, I guess because he was inspired by Steve Coakley's work, he went in a little bit hard on the Boule and certain things. Now, when this information was discussed by Bobby started talking about the damn Secret Sissy Society, the SSS. And one of the rituals he talked about in these fraternities, not all and not all levels, is you have to perform, and Brother Phil also talked about it in certain Mason groups, that to get to that level, you have to perform a homo act. Not that these men are homos, but to perform this embarrassing act to some non-homo, and they either film it or record it in some sort of way. If you were to talk or whatever, they can then out you with this homo act. Therefore, motivation to keep you secret or keep secrets in whatever society. All right. So by the time Bobby heard it, most conscious people just only got, because they didn't really understand where this came from or did the research. And even Bobby has asked me to speak on this. And I said, I don't want to dip my hand into this homo shit, so I'm going to leave it alone. Because he wanted to straighten it out. Because most people think that the Boule equals homosexuality. Now, they didn't get the true message. But primarily the Boule, its creed or its motto was simply this, that we can't beat the white man. We're not going to burn his shit down. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to educate ourselves in his system and get our piece of the American pie, our piece of the world, by following his motherfucking rules, by coloring in the lines. We're not going to be revolutionary. We're not going to be confrontational. We're going to go to college. We're going to study. We're going to be a doctor alongside of him. We're going to get him to accept us and see that we are just as special as he is through our hard work and dedication through the system that he has laid out before us. That's primarily, and I may be wrong because this is not something I studied, I may be wrong in his totalitarian understanding, but I know I'm right as an aspect, and this aspect we need to point out for this reason. Because in a nutshell, that Boule philosophy was manifested in The Cosby Show. The Cosby Show was the acting out of a Boule's philosophy. Theo, Vanessa, all of these non-threatening black people with non-threatening problems wasn't even black. Remember when the show came out? Here's the funny thing is 10 years ago, when I wrote this chapter in my book, I wrote about this. And I wrote about Bill Cosby sleeping with women. I wrote that 10 years ago. This story has been coming out for 10 years about Bill Cosby and his fucking, his sucking, and his raping. Now it just came to a motherfucking head. And now you're going to understand why I told you about the laws of rhythm as well. Why his rhythm is swinging to this side now. Email. Understand, I'm going to read some of the stuff that I wrote 10 years ago about Bill Cosby and his fucking and his sucking. Ain't no, he's got babies out of wedlock. This is a known thing. In fact, however many years ago, but definitely before the scandal, there's a guy, know the fat guy, Kenan and Kel, who was on, in the fat one, I don't know if it's Kenan or Kel, I think it's Kenan. The fat one who is now on Saturday Night Live and wears dresses nonstop. Remember, he also was in the movie Fat Albert. So he talked about that on Howard Stern. And on Howard, and which you can find on YouTube, Kenan Thompson, I think is his name, on Howard Stern. Go look at that and look at his interview, what he said before the scandal about meeting Bill Cosby. He said he was a big Bill Cosby fan. He's a child. No, he's a child. He grew up on Bill Cosby. You know, he's Rudy's age. So he's a real Bill Cosby fan. He said Bill Cosby hounded this motherfucker. He said he basically messed it up when he met the real Bill Cosby. He said Bill Cosby was mad about the script, wanted a meeting, so he had a meeting at his house. So he brought him and a couple of producers. He said basically Bill Cosby ran his mouth and never got to anything about the script. So he said Bill Cosby said to him, "Hey, so how you enjoying show business?" "Oh, you know, I like, you know," he said, "Respected Bill. It's Bill. Oh, I like to, you know, it's very interesting." He said, "Well, son, when you get to a certain level, you're going to need 2 dicks to fuck all these hoes coming at you." I like Jello. He said, the kid said he was fucked up off of that. It was, you know, if regular niggas was talking, it would have been nothing. He said, but Bill Cosby telling you you're going to need 2 dicks to fuck these hoes out here. You know what I'm saying? That's a big deal to him. He said that. Janice Dickerson, that creepy white Skeletor-looking hoe, was a model back in the days. We probably only know her name because she was on Tara Banks' Top Model show. But she's just basically an invisible asshole in terms of her beauty, because there is none. You know what I'm saying? Now, with that being said, she's one of the ones that came out and accused Bill Cosby. She got pictures of Bill Cosby. So you kind of say, she's the one that would make you say, well, this bitch is a fame whore. Now that Tara Banks pumped her up, she ain't really got nothing else. She, you know, what else would you say? All she really needs is pictures of Bill Cosby. She was with him. But here's something interesting. She also was on Howard Stern. And she does an interview with Howard Stern about a book she did way before. I think he said it was like 5 years ago. Way before her allegations. And she talks about everybody in the book. And then she says, for no reason, I can't talk about Bill Cosby. Now you judge for yourself. You see this on YouTube. Howard Stern's interview with Janice Dickerson about her book or Bill Cosby. You'll find it. It comes up. And see what she says about Bill Cosby and the emotion she gets. She never says he raped her. She says, I can't. He's powerful. I'm scared. But yeah, I had interactions with Bill Cosby. If you know what you know now, you can hear she's telling you some real dramatic or traumatic shit. If you didn't know, you kind of say there is something there. But listen for yourself and you be the judge of what she said 5 years ago. And when you hear the trauma in her voice, it makes you question if she's bullshitting now. But I'm going to show you where it doesn't matter if she's bullshitting now, why this is happening. And as an occultist, you should be able to evaluate it there. So as I pointed out, the Cosby Show was a clear dramatic representation or the acting out of the principles of the Boule, showing you, because his idea was black people, y'all don't know how to get along, y'all acting up, so I'm going to show you how to act. First of all, there's no Raheems, Tasheems, or Shaheems on the show. His name was Theodore Aloysius Huxtable. That's not a fucking black reality. Who the fuck named their son Aloysius? He's subtly showing you hate for certain nigga shit, which he proved, which I'm going to get to with all of that ranting that he did, how he really hates who and what he is. What he's trying to do, which is the true principles of the Boule, refashion niggas from being niggas and who they are into a new created being. Elvin. If that's a created nigga, there may be some principles in him that's real in Elvin. And the other one, I'm gonna get his name too, the one that married Denise. Let me just read some of the things I already wrote, because that's gonna just sum it the fuck up. Anyway. All right, okay. In a nutshell, the show seemed like a whole performance show. A performance to show white people how normal black families are. Because that's all it really was. It was a whole performance trying to convince white people we're just like you. And the black people, if you act like this, you'll be successful. If you act like you've been acting, we're going to keep suffering. But if you act like Theo and Vanessa and you handle your problems and interact like this, you'll be fine. But it shows white people love us. Look who we got. Then he brings like Dizzy Gillespie on the show. Of course, he brings a lot of white people to counterbalance so it ain't a nigga show. That we're all in it together. So he brings all these great, what's her name? Sylvia, my girl, I never remember her name. Brung her on there, Sylvia Cruz, Celia Cruz, one of my favorite singers who also came through in the spirit world. He'll bring people greats like that on, and counterbalance it with fucking with red buttons, them white chameleon, Milton Berle, and all them white comedians. He'll bring their asses on just to counterbalance it, to show you it's just all one big pie. We accept it. What we do is in with you. So it was a big performance for white people. I wrote this 10 years ago. Every episode has a bland message in it. A bland message. You don't really get no real messages. Like, even on Good Times, Debbie Allen was on fucking heroin. You know what I'm saying? You ain't never gonna, if they find a heroin needle in Theo's bag. Never comes up with that nature. They find a smashed joint that wasn't even fucking Theo's. You know what I'm saying? And the message actually was not even smoking weed, because they let his friend smoke weed. The message was, don't blame shit on me. He put it in his book. Theo had to kick the dude's ass to say, look, don't involve me in your nigga shit. That was the message of that episode. Keep that nigga shit away from me. And do everything you can do to keep the nigga shit away from you. So Theo had a joint in the book. It's not my joint, Mom. And then the mother and father said, we believe you when you said the first time. You ain't have to do all of that. Which is another way of saying, is another subtle mentality saying that you can trust your kids 100% when you raise them like Theo. You can't trust your kid when you raise it like the dude in school that had the fucking joint. Real mind control shit in this goddamn shit. I remember one of these goddamn blog talk hosts telling me, our life was just like the Huxtable, and you call yourself conscious. Of course it was. He was under fucking mind control. That life doesn't exist here. You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing. And didn't they kill Cosby? Didn't they kill one of his sons or some shit for trying to buy NBC? Yeah, they did. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no Huxtable life. And Bill Cosby showing you right now by fucking and raping these hoes out here that don't exist. So if you think it exists, good job for your parents for giving you a fantasy. And basically, that's all they could do. And that's what Bill Cosby was saying. Try to give your kids the fantasy, which in a way is science, because if they have that mentality, they're going to live the world. That's going to be their polarity and all of that. But if the Huxtables was your goddamn guy, something on TV, you may have a problem. All right. So every episode had a bland message in it. Mind you, nothing that really hit hard or challenged. Safe problems, safe answers. Every lesson was agreeable and predefined by American standards. So whatever moral American standard was that of today. You know, we don't say nigger, it's the N word, so now that's the moral standard. That's what Bill Cosby would lead that message to. Nothing where he challenged or input or kind of made you think or was controversial or saying this, that, or the other. Whatever American standards. Now, shows like Oprah create American standards. She tells you because she has so many followers, don't beat your kids. Now that's the American standard. But people don't remember. That standard didn't just come out of thin air. Oprah said it. Don't do that. Or and she said, well, I always do that. This is how I do it. And then all of a sudden, it becomes the American standard. So if you remember in the first episode, before Oprah said, don't beat your kids, in the first season, Cosby did an episode where he threatened Theo with a belt because the American standard of moralism didn't change yet. He's told him, I brought you in this world, I'll take you out. That was the very first pilot episode of the Cosby Show, where Bill Cosby actually threatened him with violence. But as he became more of the moral guy, and this became of another way of him to display his moral agenda and the Boulé's ideals, that's what the show became. Follow me on this now. Y'all need to see what this mind control is, what this mind control is doing. So he only gave you answers to lessons with predefined American standards. His plan was clear. He was not going to step on no one's toes. The male characters had names like Theodore Aloysius Huxtable, Elvin Thibodeau, and Dagnus Brickney. Tell me one nigga you know named Dagnus. Tell me one nigga you know named Dagnus. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the shit when we first came out of slavery, maybe. You know what I'm saying? And if his name is that, they calling him Dag. You know what I'm saying? If your name is Elvin, they calling you E-Money. If your name is Theo, they calling you Thee. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't never heard of nothing that on that show. They played his sons and his daughters' husbands. These guys looked like they were picked for how non-intrusive they looked in that. So none of them had that face like you could see this nigga walking on 125th Street. They all looked non-intrusive. And you could tell they were picked for that goddamn purpose. Extremely non-threatening, because a part of the Boulé, they have to go counter to that Huey P. Newton, that H. Rap Brown, that Malcolm X image. They have to be counter to that because those images are menacing to white America. Those images white America never accept based upon their fear. So understanding the fear of white people, what he did was show you some fearless looking or fear-free looking black folks that he could find. Non-threatening, agreeable, always with a dumb smile. No matter what problems is before them, they're going to goof it off, giggle it off. You don't take them seriously. Okay, think of the character Elvin. Tell me when you ever seen him mad. Or tell me, could you even imagine him mad? I can't. You know what I'm saying? Because he's non-threatening and was made and designed for that. There were no shenanigans. There was no shenanigans, no Tanikas on the show. Cliff Huxtable was ranked first in TV Guide out of a list of 50 greatest TV dads of all times. This was in the 6/24 04 issue of TV Guide. He's the #1 dad of all, and we talking about Father Knows Best. We talking about Doogie Howser's pops. We talking about all that good white shit. You know what I'm saying? And if you old as me, you remember all that shit was good white shit. You know what I'm saying? Jody and Buffy. People, what's that shit? Father Knows Best. People, let me tell you about Eddie's. What was that shit? Eddie's, the courtship of Eddie. That shit sound like Mr. French and them motherfuckers. Mr. Drummond. George Papadopoulos of Webster. What was the father of Nell Carter? That fat, mean motherfucker. Scott Baio. All them fathers. Alf's father, that dude that was on Alf, he's #1 because he was an excellent tool for mind control. Excellent tool for mind control. And we're going to get into that too. From the first show, black people could learn how to behave in society. It was a sort of map of a new American agenda for black people. So he was actually leaving a map, a mind control map. The rule book on how to act in any given situation. After all of those lessons on the Cosby Show did not work by the new millennium, he must have gotten real upset. All right, before I go into how he got upset in the new millennium. So he was leaving a map of mind control of how to do that. But now, by the new millennium, he must have got a little bit upset that all of those lessons after he'd been on the year for, what was it, 9, 10 years, all of those lessons didn't work. Why? How do we know this? He began to go into these rants and tirades about poor black folks. And he did it each time a microphone was placed in his goddamn face. For example, he rants about the 50th anniversary of the Supreme Court decision, Brown versus the Board of Education. He was ranting at the 50th anniversary of Brown versus the Board of Education. The sound bites transcribed by the Washington Post, a reporter called Hamil Harris. Hold on one second. Hey, what's up, sweetie? No, I didn't even look because I'm in the middle of recording. Okay. Okay, no, it's all right, sweetie. So all right, so I see you. We just gotta go get something to eat when you get here. But I should be done in maybe an hour or something. So by the time you're here, I'll be ready. By the time you're here, I'll be ready. All right. All right. No, I see you. I see you when you get here. But I'm just saying I'll be ready by the time you're here. All right, sweets. See you later. All right, just think on it. No hurry. So we'll do it. All right, sweetie. All right. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. Little commercial break there. All right. So this is what he rants to the Washington Post at the 50th anniversary of Board versus Wade. This is Bill Cosby, who some of you conscious niggas are defending. Even on a human level, you know what I'm saying? This is who you're defending. He says, quote, I am talking about the people who cry when their son is standing there in an orange suit. Where were you when he was 2? Question mark. So he's saying all these black mothers or fathers who sitting there crying when their son's in a jail orange suit. He's basically saying, I'm talking to your ass. Why are you crying now? Where were you when he was 2? Where were you when he was 12? Where were you when he was 18, and how come you didn't know that he had a pistol? Look at this hate. And where is the father? Automatically. This is if a white man said this, y'all would crucify that motherfucker. And y'all niggas got the nigga and defend this nigga. Well, maybe any nigga who's saying this, that automatically should be telling you there's another side to this motherfucker. Maybe a side that drugs and rapes hoes. How about that? How about that? Maybe there's another side to this motherfucker. He's showing you, because that don't sound like Mr. Cosby. That don't sound like Mr. Huxtable. That hate, that just, and we didn't even get to the hate. That little shit that he's saying right there showed you. Now, you may rationalize, is it true? Yeah, it's true. But how incompassionate would you be to say that in front of white people? You don't say that in front of white. There's a lot of shit I can say about niggas. But I ain't saying that shit in the white people. I don't flow that way. They'll never get that out of me. I don't care the worst nigga I can't stand on the planet. I will never complain about him in front of a white man. I ain't built that motherfucking way. That's our business. You know what I'm saying? And even this coarse, condescending way that Bill Cosby is saying it is not the way. It's not the way. He's condescending to poor people. That's what he's doing. He don't give a fuck about you. That moral thing was the agenda of the boule. That Cosby show ain't because he loved black people so much. He was trying to project a mind control image. But I love Mr. Husband, what he did in his legacy. Fuck his legacy. Eddie Murphy told you that nigga was fucking belligerent, aggressive, nosy, fucking poking his fucking nose where it don't belong, telling him how he should act and live. How you can't say film, flooring, filth, motherfucker. But he told Kenan, or Kel, or Kenan Thompson, the fat motherfucker, you need 2 dicks when you get to my level of the game and show business. That's who he is. This is who he is. He hates you. And I'm going to show you what tormented him. I'm going to break down what tormented him and got him here saying shit like this. How come you ain't, where's the father? What if a white man said that to you? Where's the father? Just assuming you ain't grow up with no father and assuming your kids ain't going to do what the fuck they want to do any motherfucking way. First of all, his kids is fucked up. My man Tef told me his daughter in Spelman was high every day and sucked so much dick. That was the rumor on her. She was the motherfucking jump off. His actual flesh and blood daughter was so fucked up, she had to stay high for whatever was going on at the Cosby household and used to fuck everything moving at Spelman. How about that? Where's the father? Where were you when she was 12, 18, fucking niggas at Spelman? How about that, Cosby? But see, he can say this to you, and where's the father? We cannot blame white people, letting them off the hook. You know, I understand blaming every inch of your business on white people, but we need to understand how white supremacy works, how it was set up. If you read the Willie Lynch letter, it's set up for years to come, and it is manifested for years to come. So it's not about blaming white people, because as I pointed out, 99.99% of white people are dumb, but it's a 1% of white people who run this planet. And when you understand, when black folks understand, all black people don't need to be conscious. 1% of us who are conscious can also take back this planet if we get into our true consciousness. We're just not doing it. We don't need all black people to wake up. All black people do whatever the fuck you tell them to do if you're running it. So who's running it is telling them Jesus is the king. So they're running around here trying to say, I know Jesus. But if you give them something else, which is up to us to do, they'll follow that. I know Osiris, if we tell them that's what it is and explain to them how it benefits them. Jesus is a vampire energy. Therefore, they're getting vampired on by the 1% that runs this, the 1 white percent. So you're not blaming white people. White people just as dumb as anything else. You'll get better results talking to a motherfucking fire hydrant than you would the average white motherfucker when it turns into motherfucking information. So that it ain't white people that we're blaming. white people become the symbol because of this human shit. But it's white supremacy that I'm blaming as the source of this human condition. And you still, as a conscious person, don't need to be affected by that. You're a god. So he gives it to you in a condescending way. You cannot blame white people, and not to mention even all human people don't blame that shit. But just to say that about black poor people is enough. Putting putting their clothes on backwards. Look at that, talking about your kids. He hates you. Isn't that a sign of something going wrong? Okay, kids do whatever. Even in his day, bell bottoms, mini skirts, fucking wearing a hat. Like he used to wear, he was known for that Applejack hat. He was known for a beard on Fat Albert in the game. He had a fuzzy beard. All that Let's Do It Again, he did it in a beard, which was just coming out of a time where that was sacrilegious to have a fucking beard. So these kids, and you're only really talking about an era of crisscross, who wear their clothes backwards, which was funny and cute, and what kids did, and what our kids did, you got hate for that? Which really means is you got hate for your kids. You got hate for your kids. That's what's real. So all of that Cosby Show bullshit, that's why he hated the character Denise Huxtable, Lisa Bonet, because she was coming on some real nigga shit. And that was against the fucking agenda. That's why when they did cause I didn't watch this shit too much when it was out, but to study it, I bought at least 5 seasons on DVD in the reunion show. In the reunion show, they didn't even have Denise Huxtable. Not only that, only one person mentioned her. Felicia Rashad mentioned the character. He didn't even mention the motherfucking character of Denise Huxtable because she didn't conform to that boule agenda. And he tried to fix it. Remember, he threw off the show, gave her a different world. She didn't conform to that. We're going to talk about a different world, what that agenda was. And he brought her back to the show. She had her dreads. Remember, she got a husband. She couldn't conform. Then again, she used to come late. Did all his shit that he used to tell him to do. She wouldn't do it, so he eventually kicked her off the show again. She went back to Africa, but they kept the little daughter, which was Raven-Symoné. I can't remember if I think Raven-Symoné was in the reunion show, but the actor who played Denise's husband wasn't in the reunion show. Of course, he was Denise's husband, but the actor who played Elvin, who was just what was that bitch's name? The one who Teresa Bledsoe's father. I can't remember the other daughter. Elvin was in the show. No, he played the oldest, Sandra's daughter. He was in the show of the reunion show because Sandra was in it. But so they couldn't even get this other actor in because they would have had to mention her. That's how bitter and hateful he is and spiteful that man is. The world's greatest dad. Nigga, that's the hype. And y'all conscious niggas fall into this hype. Fuck this nigga. Fuck this human. You lie with dogs, you get up with fleas. The law of rhythm, my nigga. Know what I'm saying? This boule bullshit he did is what it is. So that's how bitter he is. He couldn't even have her on the show. You get what I'm saying? He had a great idea to put her on a college show because for the boule, the agenda is niggas got to go to college. And that year, A Different World came out. Record numbers of blacks went to college. This is the mind control. This is the boule agenda. While y'all niggas is still fucking sitting around talking about homosexuality and the boule, no, y'all missed the fucking point of the science that the real scientist was giving you. Steve Coakley. What Bobby was talking about before y'all blew up the sissy part of the shit. Because y'all thought it was funny. Y'all didn't get into the science part of it, which was the boule's agenda, was to conform black to this middle class, which was Bill Cosby's whole thing. And Lisa Bonet was problems from doing that movie where she was naked. That's what got her kicked off the show the first time. because it was fucking up an image that he was trying to portray, mind control. You hear what I'm saying? So when you hear this man say people with their hats on backwards, pants down around the crack, isn't that a sign of something going wrong? Or are you waiting for Jesus to pull his pants up? This condescended you. Because you know all them niggas believe in Jesus anyway. And they sit around, when Jesus come, when Jesus come. He's basically saying, you lazy niggas are passing off your responsibility to Jesus. What evil? You gotta read between this shit and see how this rant was evil and bitter. See, on a certain level, you can hear that and go, yeah, because I don't like people's pants down. I don't like niggas waiting for this, niggas waiting for Jesus. So you can say that, but you got to understand the forum and when he's saying it. You got to understand who's saying it, who he's saying it to, and the spirit in which he's saying it. This is condescension. This is hate. This is an emotion that I hear of disdain with black folks. That's what I hear when I read this. Are you waiting for Jesus to pull his pants up? Isn't this a sign of something? Isn't it a sign of something when she has her dress all the way up her crack and got all these type of needles, which are you talking about piercings, going through her body? He hates you. He hates what you are. What part of Africa did this come from? What part of that? Well, shit. I mean, you can look online and find piercings all over Africans if you really want to get into that. But let's pretend he's right. What part of Africa did this come from? We are not Africans. We are people. Those people are Africans. They don't know a damn thing about Africa. Well, let me tell you. You can look at it that way, but Africans, like any other people, are cosmic entities. So what we do is cosmic. What people in Africa didn't necessarily start in Africa. They either channeled or brought it here from an older existence. So what we're doing with piercings, or what even with your pants law, or whatever the fuck it is, sometimes you have to look at the higher side and say maybe it comes from a certain frequency that they need. It's not, because really you're only judging pants down around your crack, pants on backwards, piercings, or any of these things based upon a moral standard that you created or was created for you. Because remember, I just told him the moral standard just changed when he was wearing his beard and his fucking Apple Jacks and his bell bottoms, which he did on the Cosby Show. In the 60s, that was not only frowned upon, that was attacked by presidents and such in the media. So those people of the 60s who wore suits as an everyday thing, when you started putting on them jeans and them fucking short sleeve shirts, you grew your beard out, afro, they thought you was an animal, a beast. They would have said the same thing that you're saying about someone who wears their pants lows or whatever. Is that a standard for me? No. Is it a standard for my kids? Pull your pants up. I'm supposed to. I'm their parent. Pull their pants up. But when I ain't around, I'm sure their fucking whole ass is hanging out. That's what they do. Who am I to judge that on a higher level? Maybe their pants are down for a spiritual reason we cannot comprehend with our brains. You ever think of that? So if we're in a social situation in the store, of course, put your pants up. Put your pants up. Your emotional connection. These black kids are sagging and they're destroying the black race because their pants are down. That's a little bit something else. You get what I'm saying? My sons got their pants hanging off their ass constantly. You get what I'm saying? When we in a situation, put your fucking pants up. Your aunts are here. Put your fucking pants up. What's wrong with you? I'm supposed to do that. I'm their fucking parents. But do I go home and cry, oh, what are we going to do about the black kids that don't pull their pants up? That's a whole different thing. As a occultist, a spiritualist, I'm going to sit around and say, well, listen, you know, maybe that frequency means something that I can't fathom with my human moralism, which is an invention any fucking way. So when they on their own, let them do what they want, do as they please. When it's just me and them and they walk around in the kitchen, their pants is off their ass, I don't do it. Their aunts and their mothers, well, their mother, not really, because she know their pants off. She'll tell them or I'll tell them if it's bothering us. That's a different story. Y'all need to be able to draw that line in the sand. When you hear him saying that shit, you hear him condescending and you hear hate. So what part of Africa did that come from? It don't matter. It comes from black people. Black people are doing it. Then it comes from black people. Black people cannot do nothing outside of their thought process. I accept black people because I told you earlier, it's about finding compassion for everything and the opening of the heart chakra, which means I have an understanding and compassion for black people, even their ignorance. Even their ignorance. We're not talking about promoting black people hurting each other. But if you take the worst of the worst, which I think is a rapist, that's the worst of the worst of humanity. Something got him there. Something that perhaps somebody raped him. Can you have compassion for what he's doing? Fuck no. I think it's the worst of the worst. But if you sat that rapist in the room and decoded him and did all of these things, you'll probably find a sad story connected. Can you have compassion for something that made him become something that is going to do such a heinous fucking act to other women? And it's not personal compassion or forgiveness for his act. It's understanding as a scientist of how society interacts, and this shit is dysfunctional, even in its happiest state. And rape or robbing or hitting some old lady over the head, it's worst case scenario. And something in our thinking had to exist on this degraded path before we can even have given birth to a white man. He didn't show up and this shit got wrong. Something must have been wrong for them to even be able to materialize through our forms of cloning in which we brought them here on the island of Patmos in a cave through the priesthood of Yakub. Make no mistake about that. So let's go on with Bill Cosby's statement. With names like Shaniqua, Taniqua, and Muhammad, and all of that crap. This is his word. This is a direct quote from Bill Cosby. With the names like Shaniqua, Taniqua, and Muhammad, and all of that crap. So you need your name to be Theodore Aloysius Huxtable. He's telling you, your slave names is where you should be at. Any name, you can say Taniqua, well, Taniqua, Shaniqua, those aren't African names, but Brother Dr. Lean Bay already broke down. Those are still divine based upon the vowels in it. Shah, the Li, the Kwa, and all of this. He broke down how you're still getting divine, those breaths or those divine frequencies on these names. So Shanika, Tanika, Ponika, Fruniqua, Aquanetta, all that shit is still ours. There's nothing we do that's not our divine, and we reclaim it. Or, as I pointed out earlier, now you understand why I went hard, spiritual side of shit and the human side. So a bitch named Shaniqua, she's usually going to be the bitch. She's usually an instigator. We know that. That is the human side, but there's still a spiritual side to that. Does he see it? No way. Because what he says is Shaniqua, Taniqua, and Muhammad. All of that crap. First of all, he just called Muhammad crap. So there's more Muslims in the world who take on the name Muhammad than there are Christians in anything that he believes in or was forced to believe in and now accepted as his own. So he called that crap. This is who any of you conscious niggas are defending. This is, fuck all the conscious shit. This is the moral fortitude of the human that you are defending. I would say fuck him on my human level. Fuck that old race trading nigga. That's what I would say even fuck consciousness on a human level. He said, Shaniqua, Taniqua, Muhammad, and all that crap. And all of them are in jail anyway. That's what he said. Brown versus the Board of Education is no longer a white person's problem. We have to take the neighborhood back. They are standing on the corner and they can't speak English. He said we have to take our neighborhoods back from niggas on the corner who can't even speak English. That's your Cosby. That's who he is. That's what y'all saying. Well, I don't know if he raped women. He might shit. Well, at least we know now he has another side. We can say that. That we know that you're saying he didn't rape women based upon what he showed you on TV. Because that's really all how you know him. It's not like you hang out with the Cos. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Cos, what are you going to do today? It's not like you do. I like Jello. It's not like you do that. So you don't know him. The only thing you know of him is Fat Albert in the Game and The Hustles, which is just moral after moral and moral. And I wish I had a father like that, or I wish my father was more like that. That's all you know. So you're holding on to that, an idea that he gave you. Well, I just told you he gave you that was mind control and boule. So let that idea go off of that. But if that ain't enough, just his words now that we see that there is another side to him. Everything ain't everything ain't hospitable, clear, and give me a hoagie. It ain't all about that. Because he's showing you with his own words. He's telling you we need to take the corners back from our black kids. That's what he said. Are y'all hearing that? This nigga said they're standing on the corner and they can't even speak English. We have to take the neighborhood back. I like Jello. Cosby laminated that too many black parents are not parenting. They're buying things for their kids like $500 sneakers. For what? They won't spend $200 for Hooked on Phonics. Beating up your woman because you can't find a job. Beating up your woman. Look at that shit. If a white man said that bullshit, you niggas would not stop. I bet you half you niggas don't even know he said that. He just, he threw a blanket over every black man. You beating up your woman because you can't find a job. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. He just threw a blanket over you. A blanket over you. You hear in that. Imagine if a white man read that to you just now. Y'all niggas wouldn't even get through it before y'all would be all choked the fuck up. I gotta go online and listen to Bobby. Well, let's go through some more facts about this. And this is from my book, and this is a writing from a part of the chapter, because I go through every actor. That's why it took me so motherfucking long. This sounds like some bitter stuff. It sounds like he's a bit disgruntled that the show didn't make the changes that he planned. So he now resorted to telling black folks their problems without the help of NBC. Because before he was telling people their problems on TV. This is how you're supposed to act. Now he said, fuck it. Let's just get down to the meat. Get these niggas off the corner. They can't speak English. Buy Hooked on Phonics, you dumb motherfuckers. Stop beating up your woman because you can't find a job. That's what he was basically saying on the Cosby Show, but in a long way. So this made me say, and now this is back in the context of my book and while I was writing it, something must have changed in the 90s for Bill to be so angry. Right? Something must have changed because we ain't hear from him all of a sudden. And that was only one rant because he did about 3 or 4 of these kind of rants saying the same kind of shit. All right? But that was just one for the sake of the book. So what happened in the 90s? Because this show went off in the early 90s. So what happened during the 90s where in the 2000s Bill comes back and he's so fucking disgruntled? Well, let's see what happened. His show went off the air April 3rd. Look at this, mama. I got to correct shit. I always finding some shit in my book. It says April 39th. I got to update. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm scared to put this book out there. I see some fucking typos. April 3rd, 1992. And Martin Lawrence show aired just 4 more months later. August 27, 1992. Oh, wait a minute. His show ends. He thought he changed moralistically or gave a map for black people to follow herein forever. But 4 months later, Martin, that level of ignorance comes on the air. The same year, 1992, Def Comedy Jam comes on, which was a ritual by white folks to counterbalance of all that fake-ass moralism. Bill Cosby was quite vocal about this show. Y'all don't remember that? That was where he first started ranting. He called everyone buffoons, called it a minstrel show, told them how he was ashamed, how they should be ashamed of themselves, how it was not real comedy after all. He knew real comedy. These Def Jam shenanigans. He's so disappointed. After all the work throughout the 80s, it seemed that he thought that he was guaranteed American success, or black people would guarantee American boule agenda success after he trained us so well with his show. All right? No one must have listened, I guess, especially when only 4 months after his wholesome show ended on NBC, the Martin Lawrence era on Fox began. Nigga dressing like a woman, jumping around. Remember all that Martin Lawrence coon shit? After all this dignified dignity that Bill Cosby has displayed, the Martin era ends, begins. The Def Jam era begins. Both show Martin and Def Comedy Jam, which Martin hosted Def Comedy Jam. So when you get that so-called fake coincidence, what you know is that's agenda. Martin was on Def Jam, and they gave him his own show. That was to bring forth a new era in ignorance for black folk. After all this moral bullshit came. So the morality, what Bill Cosby found out he got used was to keep niggas stupid with the Def Jam and all the dumb cooning, which is our natural way of being. But if you want to be better, if you want to be smarter, if you want to do something more, then what you need to do is just act like the Huxtables, act like Theo, or act like Vanessa, whatever. Act like them, and that's how you get along. So it's really for a white agenda. It shows you how to be non-threatening or a coon. What Bill Cosby didn't understand was he was used because his fucking ego thought he was really doing something to help black people or change them. They already went through this program before. What they let Bill Cosby do is not a new program. If you look at the old sitcoms, you watch Leave It to Beaver or The Brady Bunch, which you probably can see now. And they gave them same weak moral lessons. In fact, the mother and father didn't even sleep in the same bed. Or actually, I think the Brady Bunch was the first show where the mother and father did sleep in the same bed. And, but you never seen them humping and doing it, getting real close. They stayed on their side. And even that was a controversy. Because prior to that, if you watch I Love Lucy, they slept in twin beds. And all those shows of that type of era were in twin beds. And in Dick Van Dyke Show, they were in twin beds. I believe Brady Bunch was the first one where they slept in a single bed, which was controversy. And the most controversy they got. This moralistic fake show. Now, the counterbalance of Brady Bunch was, remember I said it's a rhythm. So they gave you all this fake show, then this rhythm swing to the other side. Marsha was fucking everybody. The mother fucked Greg. Alice was a dyke, and the father's gay. So all this fake moralism, the other side has to come back to reality. That's the law of rhythm. That's why I opened up speaking on the law of rhythm. So now you can understand why this has happened to Bill. Rhythm, baby. Never escape that pendulum swing. I like Jello. That's why he's on his ass. Because of that pendulum swing, baby. See, if he would have shut the fuck up and just let his show stand alone, it would have neutralized all his fucking and sucking. But since he opened his mouth with all of this shit, he now initiated or put in his consciousness the other side of the pendulum swing. Therefore, all the hoes is coming out. Are y'all niggas getting this shit right now? Are y'all getting this? If he would have just shut up, it would have been his legacy, as worthless as it is, but as the mind control that it was, would have stayed. But him opening his mouth in these rants, trying to get this fake moral show in the top of his consciousness, because he's speaking about all the other shit, all the negative, the minstrel show, Martin, black kids on the corner, your pants are backwards, because he's doing all of that shit. Now he's causing that pendulum swing. And they putting his shit on Front Street. What was the other side of that pendulum? The greatest dad in the world. What's the other side of that pendulum swing? A rapist that knocks hoes out and fucks them. All right? So now, instead of you guys arguing, did he do it or did not do it on the human side, now you'll understand the fucking occult science of why it happened. So did he do it or didn't he do it? Guess what? I don't give a fuck. But why they accusing him of it? Why he's in this light? Because of the law of rhythm. Your science. As a scientist, you need to understand why this is happening on a higher level. Because the white man doing it, the white man trying to do the white man. Fucking Bill Cosby's legacy is not a black legacy. It's an American white legacy. And Bill Cosby made that point clear. This is for everybody. So he never even claimed a black legacy. It was black faces showing you how to act in America with your black ass. And it was showing white America how blacks are a part of America and see us as such. So it's not a black legacy that they're destroying. Bill Cosby destroyed his own legacy by ranting about niggas the way he did. You getting this shit? I like Jello. He's ranting about these black folks, which is now swinging that pendulum for his dirt to come out. See, Seinfeld understood this motherfucking shit. Seinfeld said this white boy understood this concept, probably because he studies Kabbalah. Clever show, one of my favorites. I have every episode on DVD because of the cleverness of the comedy. It's not that same dumb shit that Martin has to do and wear a fucking dress to get you to fucking laugh, or Medea has to run and throw a pie in her face to get you to laugh. They use some form of intelligence to find out humor. Excellent show for that. But he knew at the height of their comedy to get the fuck off the air. He did it in 9 seasons. He understood the concept of completion as the number 9, which I knew he understood Kabbalah. And they was at the height. He started the show with Larry David. And in the last 2 years, Larry David left the show. Larry David used to always threaten to leave the show, and he finally did it. And he eventually did Curb Your Enthusiasm, which is another funny show, which seems like half of Seinfeld in his comedy because it is. It was Seinfeld and Larry David. Now, so the last 2 years of Seinfeld are actually, to me, the funniest when Jerry Seinfeld did all the writing or most of the writing himself or led the writing without Larry David's input, even though Larry David was genius in the seven season he was on are still genius. The next 2 was turned up on a whole nother level. And they could have kept it going because it got a breath of fresh air, the show, when Jerry took it over. But he stopped after 9, understanding Kabbalah. So he stopped at a whole nother leg of how funny this show was. So the show goes down in history in terms of residuals. He gets $21 million a year off that show, Breakthrough, in terms of what they make in, on TBS or Channel 11, all the shows that repeats, they cut a deal that was legendary. In the last season, when they found it was going to be the last season, they were getting $1 million per episode. The side niggas said, I want $1 million per episode. So if they did 10 more episodes, they just got $10 million just off of that. Their residual checks, ridiculous. And whatever other records they broke in terms of ratings. The last episode, the ratings. People complained about the last episode. They didn't like it. And in the last episode, Jerry Seinfeld actually got Larry David back to co-write, because he was gone for 2 years, that last episode of Seinfeld. Now, I say this to say, I said all of that so you kind of understand to say this. They created a legacy that this is why you don't never see Jerry Seinfeld hardly do anything else. You know, because next step, if Jerry Seinfeld wanted to do movies based upon his popularity, done. But why hasn't he? Well, he doesn't need the money, but he understands he may do a movie that's controversial or people may say a certain way. Once they see him in that movie, they're going to look back at Seinfeld and it affects the legacy. Pendulum swing down. So he understands to stay his ass basically under the radar. And basically, the other actors got typecast, which he probably knew was going to happen, which means they don't get very much work. George, Elaine, and Kramer. Kramer was the funniest one on the show. He barely gets any motherfucking work But Kramer, Michael Richards, he's trying to get past this typecast thing, and he goes on a comedy circuit, and he has this rant. That's the white boy from Seinfeld who started calling black people niggas, talking about we used to eat you niggas and all you niggas and niggas, right? And loses it. What did he do now? More than just call you a nigga, which he could just say sorry, and niggas will forget it. You niggas went crazy. It's the N-word now. And all that bullshit. I like Jello. It's like what happened was Jerry Seinfeld came up. Jerry Seinfeld came up. And first of all, niggas wasn't even mad. Real niggas who watched a lot of, they said, that's Kramer. Kramer gets a pass on nigga. Know what I'm saying? He gets a pass on nigga. Because on Seinfeld, he basically was a nigga. Know what I'm saying? So even with me, he gets a pass on that. Even on my human side, not my conscious, that's not going to affect me side. Even on my human side, oh, he gets a pass on that. These fucking bunch of niggas sitting in there taunting him. He got mad. If they doing to me and it was white boy, I'm going to sit there and go nigga or white boy too. Anybody who's mad going to do that. He just did it with the cameras on him. Now, with that being said, Seinfeld gets on Letterman and gives a heartfelt apology. Look, I know this man. This was out of anger. I've eaten with this man. You know, he really puts it in, looking directly into the camera. He said, I want to let him apologize. And Michael Richards comes on. As soon as he came on with that face, and he was sincerely sorry, niggas started laughing. Because niggas don't even take Kramer serious. White people, like, they're giggling while he's like, I apologize. This is out of my element. I don't need to do this. You know. And niggas is laughing. Jerry said, hold up. He's being serious. You can't even take this nigga as serious. He played Kramer for so long. So he said, hold up, be serious. But what I realized as a conscious person, what Seinfeld was doing was protecting a legacy. Protecting the legacy from a pendulum swing. A pendulum swing. You understand? And what Bill Cosby didn't do by doing all this ranting was protect his fucking legacy. And that's why shit will come up. You don't hear shit about no fucking Jerry Seinfeld. He had the club fucking and sucking. And he get 21 million a year just off of what he off of reruns. And that's 10 years old. So you need to think about that. He's the nigga to be running around fucking. He's married and quiet and, hi, I'm Jerry Seinfeld. What you guys need to do is donate to fucking whatever the fucking happy shit he's doing. Genius in his comedy and understanding science with Bill Cosby. They running by emotion, just a dumb tool. I don't care if you're calling my icon a tool. So Martin's era was no mistake. You know what I'm saying? So both shows, Martin Def Jam, which Martin hosted, seemed to be a slap in the face to the Huxtable standard of living. If his show was responsible for what we have to come, if Cosby's show was responsible for what we have come to accept as black dignity, then Martin's show ended that dream for sure. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what Bill had in his mind. He's the new black dignity. So he was very vocal in his contempt for these shows, even though they still went on despite his outrage. For what felt like after 8 seasons of lessons in his long stories, he felt he was, okay, before I get there, he was very vocal in his contempt for these shows and still wanted, but these shows still went on despite his outrage. So he went on hard about these shows, but he couldn't stop it. Martin went on Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Live said, don't do this skit. Martin did it anyway in his stand-up. Some shit about the Pilly Packer. So Bill Cosby said he violated, banned him from NBC. Because Bill Cosby had all his power at NBC, or at least he thought he did until he tried to buy it. Now, remember Martin did a joke. There was a season where Martin lost his job, couldn't find a job. He walks in the house. He goes, I've been looking all over. I can't find a job. I went down to WNBC. He said, it's like I've been banned, Gina. And people laugh because he's actually been banned from NBC because of Cosby. That's how much Cosby hated him. So Cosby was doing all of this my way or the highway shit for quite a long time. You know what I'm saying? Quite a long time. So now, because after 8 seasons of doing the Cosby Show, of teaching fake lessons through his long fucking bullshit stories, he felt he was qualified to comment on what comes on TV and about the people of TV. He even felt he should express himself about Ozzy Osbourne's kids and their use of the word fuck on MTV's reality show. Sharon Osbourne, Ozzy's wife, decided to answer him back about his extramarital affair that was reported in the news. All right, 2 things I'm going to say, and I'm going to read her quote. First thing I want to say is I actually met Sharon Osbourne a few times. Remember I told you I worked at the Rock label, the same label where Nickelback's A&R signer bought the Animal porn. And all these people just coming. This is before she had her show. And we do a thing called Ozfest, or they did a thing called Ozfest. It's a big Woodstock-esque thing. They probably still have it in the name of Ozzy Osbourne, where all these different bands come together and perform. So the performing Ozfest is the truth. You get a band on your record label gets a band on Ozfest. We're going to you're going to sell some records that year. So for any record label, we need somebody in Ozfest. But of course, our record label, Roadrunner Records at the time, knew that game. So what they did was sign some of Sharon Osbourne's groups because she was managing at the time. One of the groups we had was called Cold Chamber. And if I remember, they kind of sucked. They all sucked to me, but sucked by the definitions of the people who told me within the label that they were a sucky group. But Sharon managed them. You know what I'm saying? So if we knew we always had that group in Ozfest and anybody else we could get in. So during Ozfest time, posters were turned up. Promotions was turned up, phone calls was turned up, shit was turned up. Sharon would come into the office. This is where I met her a couple of times. Sweet lady, nice lady, but you could tell she's a keep it real bitch. Had all them niggas shook. She keeps it real on her TV show, real ass live hoe. So I liked her, you know what I'm saying? And I liked her approach towards shit. So she gets this show on MTV where you see her kids saying fuck, 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 fuck. And this is the counterbalance that America does to shows like the Cosby Show. But Cosby, who takes his fucking self seriously, see, Mr. Brady wasn't saying all of that. He knew he was on a fucking TV show. But Cosby, who takes his fucking self seriously, he feels he needs to speak up and tell her, I don't like the way your kids say fuck on TV. Listen to how she answered him. Sharon Osbourne has branded comedian Bill Cosby as a hypocrite for damning comments about her family earlier this year. Cosby comments that she, her husband, and their teen children, Jack and Kelly, are sad for their foul language. This is what Cosby says. I sent an open letter to my favorite magazine, which is the National Enquirer. I believe this is what Sharon says, saying people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. This is what Sharon says to them, and she wrote the National Enquirer saying this. I sent the open letter to my favorite magazine, which is the National Enquirer, for saying people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Everybody knows about his private life, and that he lived somewhat of a hypocritical lifestyle, because the person you see is the great celebrity who would never say the F word on his show, but yet practicing the F word with people that he's not married to. So to me, that's a motherfucking hypocrite. So Sharon Osbourne tore his ass up in a very nice way. She basically was saying, while you're complaining about the word fuck, it is known worldwide that you fucking these hoes outside your marriage. How do you know? Because it's clear he had a daughter that came out in the news, goddamn grown, saying he's my motherfucking father. And Bill Cosby's wife always sitting there with that fucking smile on her face, acting like she's probably the one who gives him the drugs to get these hoes. Meaning she heard it all before, said when they asked him, well, what do you think about this daughter? He said, me and Bill already discussed it. I've come to terms. We worked it out. So ain't no question of if these are his motherfucking kids out of marriage or wedlock. He's having kids out of marriage or wedlock. So this nigga been doing this kind of shit before. We just been fucking believing in this bullshit, believing in anything we come on TV based upon mind control. I like Jello. But we not understanding or evaluating this shit better. She went on to say, because I'm not going to read too much more of this, but I'm going to read you something that's old news that sound like new news to top this off. So she also goes in how, look, you know, her husband, Ozzy, is a big fan of Bill Cosby, and he doesn't even know that Bill Cosby said that, and she's not even going to tell him. He would be so hurt. It wouldn't even be disappointed and mad that her husband would be hurt that he has the audacity to judge her kids in such a way. I don't think I left that in the my book, but I do talk about Seinfeld in this chapter and the Cosby and niggas and so on and so forth. So you'll get more. But here you go. Let me go back a little bit, see if I intro this. All this now I'm reading is from my book. Okay, I talked about his image and mind control, that no one in the media cares about the progress of Theo. So Bill Cosby is reacting like he presented this young black boy, Theo, college bound, then a college success. And this is the template for all black kids to follow. And a lot of niggas did. A lot of niggas went to school. A lot of niggas started wearing fucking funny sweaters in my era in the 80s. They are selling an image. This works because this is a created nigga that becomes a non-Malcolm X nigga if you become that nigga. So to get you to make this the hype, to make this the hottest thing on TV, to make this the mentality and the way to be is excellent because it becomes a template for black kids to follow, meaning it gets them thugs off the street, which is what Bill Cosby said he was trying to do. Remember, take back our neighborhoods. That's just how he was trying to do it. And when that didn't work, he resorted to just saying, get the fuck off the street. You can't speak English, pull your pants up, nigga. Stop buying $500 shoes, get them hooked on phonics, and your father needs to stop beating you for a job. That's what he said. Again, if a white man said that shit, y'all niggas would be fucking losing it. So they understand that Cosby is a fucking product. And the product he was selling was an idea, a lifestyle, moralism, and he is no longer that product when he starts ranting the way he is and the way he did. So not only spiritually we know it's that pendulum swing, but it also on a physical level, they no longer need to or can protect him from things like this. TVs, and remind you, I wrote this 10 years ago. So when I told you old news is going to sound like new news, this ain't new. It's old shit. Chickens are just coming home to roost. Or there's another phrase from the law of rhythm. The chicken's coming home to roost. Meaning if you send the chickens out, they come back. That's cause and effect, but that's also rhythm. Pendulum swing to the left, pendulum swing to the right. All you niggas starting to see how everything is our science. And if you study our science, it will sustain you in everything, even your physical life. Because I hear this argument. If I study this science, but I still got to go to work and still do this. No, your science dictates everything you do, including your work, your life, your kids, your everything. So you slow motherfuckers trying to hit me with that like you are dealing with something deep, you can lick my ass. You are not dealing with nothing deep. I like Jello, and I'm trying to tell you right now, your science is the fucking key. Your light is the key to all things in existence. The Kamites taught the kids about death early, because if you understand death, then life is a motherfucking cinch. If you understand your motherfucking science, then all that shit you complain about lines the fuck up. I'm a testimonial to that, and niggas in my class could tell you much of the same, or somewhat of the same, depending on their level. So when I hear this panic, no one's gonna read all day like you. We gotta go to our job. That's a dumb fucking email when you send that to me. That's something I need to put on blast. And then when I put that shit on blast, you send me a whole bunch of emails about a whole bunch of shit of how you mad. But you need to understand, you the dumb motherfucker, if you understand our basic of science, that this shit ain't separate. You either do one or the other. You either an advanced being or you a fucking human. So you can't dabble in this shit and expect results. You gotta be all in. You understand? So chickens come home to roost. You can see I'm showing you even the human shit that you used to saying is backed up in these motherfucking principles, and these laws and these statements come out of principles. Understand the principles. Get to the meat, my niggas. All right. So his chickens are now coming home to roost because he set this legacy, this moral president, which is a pendulum spring to the right. If he wouldn't have thought about nothing else and just lived on his legacy, kind of like Phylicia Rashad, she doesn't have an opinion about nothing. So when you see Phylicia Rashad, you always see Miss Huxtable and that mother. You see that gentle shit, no matter what she's in. You see her in a Madea film, you still like, there's mama. Because she knew how to neutralize seeing her any other motherfucking way. She is typecast, but the typecast for a black mother is she could always find work, and she primarily does. So Phylicia Rashad, you understand, doesn't sit around. Black kids need to do it. Black kids need to do it, or not enough for that pendulum, or she's still within the neutralization. Even Theo, you don't hear him. You still see Theo as that great guy. If Theo walked in the room, you wouldn't think he's going to take your wallet, no matter how many dreads he decided to grow. You know what I'm saying? You still wouldn't think he stole your wallet. Another thing, Cockroach, Carl, whatever the fuck his name is, who also played on Martin, which was a laugh in the face of Dr. Huxtable. I wonder if it was a conscious laugh to get him, who actually lived on Roosevelt Island with me. I see him all the time. His sister's fine too. You know what I'm saying? And but he seemed like a pretty good dude. You know what I mean? I never met him or known him, but you see him around. Anyway, on the Cosby Show, did you know he got fired because Bill Cosby told him he needed to cut his hair. His hair is looking too niggery. He said, "Fuck that! I ain't cutting my hair. You're fired, cockroach." So as a laugh in the face, he was playing fucking Cole on motherfucking Martin, which was ironic, which was actually funny. And the lady who played Bill Cosby's mother, I believe, or if not Bill Cosby's mother, Phylicia Rashad's mother, one of them elder ladies that they held in so much dignity on the Cosby Show, she actually did an episode of, who was it? I'm going to tell you whose mother was. Not Bill Cosby's mother on the show, Phylicia Rashad's mother on the show, the character. She did an episode of Martin too, which was fucking ironic. I mean, she was supposed to be so dignity. I know Bill had to be stewing in his Jello pudding. I like pudding. I like Jello. Now, okay, so 10 years ago I wrote this about a story that came out. TV's famous dad settles a molesting suit. So he settled a molesting suit in court. Andrea Constand, Constand, an ex-Temple University employee, alleges that the former Cosby Show star drugged and molested her while she was visiting his home in January 2004. So basically, this is somebody who said this in 2004. All these other women saying he was doing this shit in the 80s when he was at the height. So after the show was off for goddamn 10 years. Well, shit, it was off in 94. After 10 years, he's still fucking drugging hoes. How about that? So fuck all these 10 women that talk. Imagine the ones that didn't talk. And you know this shit is a fetish because he could get pussy. So you know it's a fetish. Listen closely to this. This is something I was writing before all these allegations. This is a known thing. So this ain't like, oh, all of a sudden, surprise, surprise. If y'all niggas do research, because I'm a researcher, and I urge you to be a researcher, this is not new news. And you can find, like I told you about the Howard Stern interviews, Keenan and Kel, Janice Dickinson's. Go back and listen to that. They saying shit right there about his character. And they said, and you'll find other interviews where people say he's unknown. He said all them hoes on the Cosby Show, they came and all he did was offer them dick offers. There's another sister, I wish I remembered her name. You can find it. She was on the Cosby Show. And she's still working. She's a black sister on CSI. When I showed the picture of Khadijah, she said, oh yeah, I recognize her from these little shows. She did a lot of shows. I wish I remember the name. I didn't know I was going to do a lecture on it, so I didn't know I had to write it down. But I remember her from the Cosby Show. It's kind of you like, oh yeah, she did some appearances. She says, well, here's my motherfucking story. She said, Bill used to come in my trailer, and he used to say, let's do some exercises, some acting exercises. And these exercises, you know, if you see acting exercise, they do dumb shit. Maui, move. They be doing all this touching and shit. He said, so he's touching her all over in the name of these exercises. But he's telling her, don't tell anybody else. Because if you tell anybody else, they're going to be jealous that I did these exercises with you. Okay, Mr. Cosby, you know, they're young girls, 18, 19, trying to be stars or whatever, even younger, 16. You know what I'm saying? Shit, even 25, 30. That's still young. And when you see Bill Cosby as such an icon. So, oh yes, Mr. Cosby. Then he eventually says some shit. She writes this document. I don't know how you can Google it. Say Cosby Show star allegation. Or Cosby Show actress allegation. See what comes up. See if you can find her. You guys are Googling enough. See if you can find something based upon the story. Or CSI Cosby Show star allegations. Try that. Because she did maybe a couple of episodes. And actually, I think she did Cosby Mysteries, not even the Cosby Show. I think she was on Cosby Mysteries, which was on CBS a little bit after the Cosby Show, which didn't kick off. And he has a history of bad shows, actually. Because he had a Bill Cosby show, and he had another family show that failed. And then I remember in the 80s when they were going to announce that the Cosby Show was coming out. And when they announced it, I remember my father saying it's going to fail. His shows fail. And then when it didn't fail, I said, oh, I got to stop listening to my father and shit. It became the Cosby Show. So he says, we need to do some of these exercises in my room. What you need to do is come and take a shower and change into this. Some old shady shit. He said, well, why can't I take a shower? No, he said, you need to take a shower, dry off in my room, and then change. She said, well, I could take a shower here or dry off and do it here. Why can't I do it here? He said, no, because I don't want people to see this. He made some excuse. So she said she was about to do it, that it felt like the okey doke. So she said she didn't do it. But she felt that's where them pills would have came in. You know what I'm saying? Then she said she talked to other Cosby Show stars. She said to the letter, the same script, they was telling her about these fucking exercises, don't tell anybody, and feeling them the fuck up. She said everything to the letter that he told her, which she thought was personal, she told him. She said she's not going to say no names. She's going to let those stars, who are stars, say it for themselves. Hoo-ha. This is your Mr. Cosby. This is online right now. So let's read about Andrea and what she said in 2004. Cosby then offered her 3 blue pills, which he allegedly told her were herbal medication, which would help her relax. According to published reports, Cosby helped her to the sofa as she had trouble walking on her own and allegedly molested her while she laid unconscious. Andrea Constantine told police that she delayed her allegations for a year. So he did it in 2003, but she delayed her allegations for a year due to concerns over her job status as a Temple Universal employee, Cosby's alma mater. and of Cosby's fame. So basically, that's what these other ladies are saying now. His power back then, his fame. And when you hear Janice Dickinson talk on this Howard Stern show about a book she wrote, where she said she didn't add Cosby, she talked about his power and his fame and her being scared of being blackballed or how the world would see her because of his power. So everyone was scared of his power, but they woke up, dicked down, raped, and all sorts of kind of shit. And so there's this woman that no one knows who isn't famous named Andrea Constantine, who Bill Cosby settled in court. Settled in court. Now, I heard people say settling in court is not a plain admission of guilt. Sometimes you do it just to get it out the way. But that's fucking unlikely. If they don't have no proof and can say nothing, and you don't care, and it's 2004, and you already did your Cosby show, what do you let that bitch run wild with it. Say whatever she want to say. So why did he settle in court? You can say, okay, you can answer anything humanly. He wanted it to go away. And then you can say it on the other hand, or maybe he was selling some shit in court because he fucked her and gave her some blue pills and fucked her. You know what I'm saying? I like Jello. So Constantine told police she delayed her allegations due to concern over her job status at Temple University, Cosby's alma mater and Cosby's fame. A federal judge overseeing the case earlier denied Cosby's request for a gag order and the plaintiff's request to shield the names of dozens of other women who say Cosby assaulted them. So are y'all hearing this? I'm telling you, as Brother Panic, I researched and wrote this 10 fucking years ago. In 2004, when this shit came out, I wrote this. Are y'all hearing me? This is Brother Panic telling you this. This is in my book. This is an excerpt from my book in the context of all the actors. I went hard on Cosby for this bullshit mind control and moralism. And this is from my book, and she's telling you then there's dozens of others. But he was suppressing this and going for a long time. So now the other thing, well, they could have been trying to put the story out then, but they're putting it out now. Cosby show is over. I don't see that. But let's say they are doing it, trying to destroy his legacy. But his legacy was benefiting them, not really black people and agenda. It went a lot for the morals and self-esteem because they were a black family. But that legacy of American moralism benefited from them. It showed black people how to get along with whites. So I don't see them really destroying the legacy. But let's say they are destroying the legacy. That's your argument. You know what I'm saying? They really going to black man. Did you know Bill Cosby did this and he put up the money for Malcolm X and blah, 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 whatever. What we need to up and advance this in our understanding. Because he did that with what he did with those black women, saying what he said and showing this ugly disdain for black people, what he did, as I pointed out, was scar his legacy in terms of a pendulum swing, let's just say to the left. By doing that, and he got rid of that law of neutralization and that pendulum swing to the right. So even if they are lying or a conspiracy, this is happening to him because of that bullshit of him running his fucking mouth about the black woman, the black child, and the missing black father in such a nasty, condescending way. Because of him doing this, he now opens himself up for either the truth of what he is or a lie to destroy his image. Either one is valid because why? The original thing that made him a good guy is a motherfucking lie just as much. Ain't no fucking Theodore Aloysius Huxtable in this existence, and black people don't act or react to like that when there's a fucking joint or whatever fucking problems he was going to. So much so, even at the time, black people had this complaint. You don't remember that. This show isn't real. This isn't real black problems. It doesn't identify with black people. That's what all the talk of the day was. He reacted to that. Do y'all remember that reaction? Oh, well, let me help you remember. He had a new character added to the cast. This was his cousin, Pam. Remember, she was hood. When they was dancing, doing all that stupid dancing in the beginning, she would come out and do the hood shit. because she was supposed to be, she was from Brooklyn. So they had this Brooklyn nigga. Well, no, she was from somewhere else because they was in Brooklyn. She may have just been from the hardest, wherever she was from. Cousin Pam. Cousin Pam came in the house, she was dressed hood. Remember that shit? Of course, he was trying to now inject the reality because he was losing ratings with black people of some nigga shit. So Pam would go to school. She had 4 niggas friends. Alan Payne, that other bitch, Hey Lance, that bitch, and the one nigga who's he's an excellent actor now, but he was a cop on The Wire. That nigga and another nigga, I see him around every once in a while, and another chick, Charmaine. Charmaine was the Lance bitch who went on to Different World, and Pam was the girlfriend of the other nigga. She was calling him Slick or Steve or whatever. So they would come with more nigger issues, if you remember. They were the ones who came with them. They brought a little bit more ghetto drama. And that didn't work. Then Theo started working at a youth center where all these little niggas came with little niggas' problem. My mama can't eat, shit you wouldn't hear on the Huxtables. But my mama couldn't eat. He was trying to answer all the calls of niggas saying this ain't no real nigga shit, trying to identify. That was a last-ditch effort before the shit went off the air, trying to make it real. So this legacy is no longer protected based upon him running his mouth. And I ain't going to say him not understanding, but you now understanding because he violated the law of neutralization. He should have shut the fuck up or retained that legacy like Seinfeld did. When Seinfeld did this heartfelt apology, they went to the next level. Seinfeld was way off the air at this point, but Larry David was still on the air with his show on HBO, Curb Your Enthusiasm. And either the 5th or 6th season, or 6th or 7th season, I think it was, they had the entire cast of Seinfeld on his show. And they did it like it was behind the scenes that they were going to do one more episode. So they did comedy through this whole season of the Seinfeld cast. And for me, a Seinfeld fan, probably one of the greatest ideas I've seen in TV history of him. It was an easy way to put the Seinfeld cast back together for all the Seinfeld fans and give you more of those characters. So it's an excellent season. Bobby even called me on this shit because Bobby watches Curb. I don't know if he watches Seinfeld. We appreciate the intelligence and the humor. So he watches Curb and called me and said, Larry Davis is a motherfucking master. Because there's a black dude, what's his name? He's a comedian, he's the tall dude. He's on, if you see Husband is a Hollywood, he's one of the friends. His name will come to me. But he's on that show. He's very funny on that show, Curb Your Enthusiasm. So he had a bow tie and a hat on, and he went to knock on Michael Richards' door, which is Kramer. So he looked like a Muslim when he opened the door. So the nigga started saying, come on, man, I already apologized for that nigga shit. But he didn't say nigga shit. He said, I already apologized for that. Please leave me alone. Shit was just fucking hilarious. He's like, no, I'm not here for that. He said, oh, okay. So they were subtly, comedically addressing him saying nigga. And they did it a few times during this. So what I seen was, as a scientist, that nigga thing, which left a bad taste in your mouth and would affect the neutralization of their polarity on one side as the Seinfeld legacy, what they were able to do by making light of it through a whole season, by making light of it, what they were able to do was take the sting off of this guy in the club saying nigga and neutralize it back to their legacy again. Because me watching it, and I know I'm biased because I like their work, I was totally in love again with the whole situation. If you have HBO or any of that shit, you can watch all of this shit. Email. You can watch all of this shit and see it for yourself. And if you're a fan, you need to watch all of this shit. And if you watched it because you're a fan, yes. If you watch it because you're a fan, and then you already know what I'm talking about. And like I said, Bobby called me on that one. He's a fucking genius because he preserved their legacy by subtly addressing it, not hiding it like it's something we did. Let's move on, by putting it in your face, and in the way he handled it, because you're dealing with some sensitive shit now. The way he handled the shit, Larry David, that is, masterful. Masterful. They took that shit to their fucking arena, as opposed to answering that shit on David Letterman, where they was already laughing at him, because that's what you think you're supposed to do, address it in this context. And they were getting laughed at. Seinfeld said, all right, let me take it to my realm of expertise. They did a whole season on another show where they brought you all the, and on that show, they were saying, because the character of George on Seinfeld is actually based on Larry David. So they did a joke where George didn't want to be on the new reunion show. And Larry David said, well, I can play George. Seinfeld says to this motherfucker, look, you can't play George. He said, why not? I am George. I wrote it. George is based upon me. He said, he pointed to everybody in the cast. Seinfeld did and said, look, I'm going to tell you why you can't play George. Icon. 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 Those are icons. I said, God damn, these motherfuckers know at least some Kabbalistic mysticism. Because he's telling you, he said it right on the show, that this shit cannot be broken if you add an icon status. And he pointed to himself too, icon. He said, I recognize that you can't play him because these are motherfucking icons. Understand that. So Bill Cosby was a motherfucking icon. But when he's sitting there telling you, pull your pants up, you're crack, and you wearing sneakers, get hooked on phonics, your father's in jail, stop beating for your job, that's beneath an icon. Even though you may feel like that. Michael Richards saying nigga in the club is beneath an icon. Shit, him doing comedy in the club is beneath an icon. Even though he may feel like that. So when Jerry Seinfeld was saving him, he's not saving him on his personality. He's saving his icon status because he understands the science of neutralization. To stay in the limelight. That's where he gets his check from. That's why he don't have to work nowhere else. Because he know what I laid down in the 90s will last forever. They will still be trying to figure out templates on shows in the future based upon my motherfucking show. Why do you think The Simpsons has been on for goddamn 20 years? Longer than any show in existence. Because they set a new standard, and that's why Family Guy, American Dad, the other one that was by the Seinfeld people, the one when they're in space, is following the template of what the Seinfeld said. Simpsons, that is. Who the fuck watched The Simpsons? They're still on the fucking air. I didn't know they're still doing new shows. Why? Because they set the template, and those are fucking icons. So it's harder to do it as a human to become an icon. Those characters are icons. Icons. But they understand this concept, and you need to behave as an icon or a symbol. You cut yourself off from human interactions and opinions. You're a fucking icon. You're a fucking icon. He understands that. And he said that on the show. He said, you can't play that role. He said, why not? Look, motherfucker, icon, 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 icon. I said, goddamn, I wish black people had that much confidence in who and what they are. So this tells you he understands it. This tells you Bill Cosby's fucking absolutely stupid. Not just for what he does, if he does that. For the mere fact, he just threw his icon shit away on some emotional shit about some shit that ain't gonna change any motherfucking way. You saying that ain't gonna make a nigga pull up his pants any motherfucking way. All you really can get is a whole bunch of other niggas saying, you right, Bill. You right. You right, Bill. Which is nothing but an ego. You believed in that moral bullshit that you was peddling. That you was allowed to peddle, I should say. You believed in that bullshit. Therefore, you became it. So when you seeing shit that we know is a part of our fucking problem, psyche, ignorance, or whatever, from our slave tradition. You know what I'm saying? You're going to sit and act mad about something that's fucking, So that's why I went in hard on the law of rhythm. How long have we been here? I've been looking at this page. Got the camera. Let's see if I have anything else highlighted. I hope not. Oh, fuck. Meanwhile, the comedy reunion. Okay, but good. I already covered the Lisa Bonet. All right, so I ain't got to read no more of this shit. Let me see. I want to end this. All my highlights from my book. Another page. No highlights. Good. Oh, yes. Okay. Just as Martin Lawrence and Bernie Mac shows may be argued as exploitation and foolishness, you have to look at the other side of that pendulum. The non-reality of black people's struggle, or whatever else you think you need to complain about, the Cosby Show is just another side of that coin, the other stream. So what the Cosby Show is, remember we talked about polarity. The Martin Show is, they're alike. They're black people doing comedy. One extreme, the other extreme. That's what we know as scientists. So as much as he could say Bernie Mac and Martin Lawrence, that's Damon Wayans, bunch of foolishness. You just another pendulum swing all the way to the other extreme. I used to make that thing about Good Times. Oh, Good Times, bad, poor, and all of this shit. The Jeffersons was this another extreme. Richard moving on up. Both entertainment, both the same thing. Black people in the black situations and doing black shit. But yeah, what? All right, doesn't mean nothing. The problem is he started to believe that fucking hype. All right, that's all I have written down. And woo, where we at? We are at 4:45. God damn! I swear to you, I wanted this tape to be an hour. That shit ain't never. And I got a lot of shit. That's why I've been talking for a while. A lot of spiritual shit came through. I'm gonna share with you. A lot of shit with Steve Freeman now. A lot of shit with Professor X, the overseer. A lot of shit I've written down points that I have to put in development. Like I said, this is the shit that's on people's minds. So that's what we talked about. So let me see if I missed anything else here. Got it. Pure of heart neutralization. Neutralize. Got it. We good. I've got all my points out. Okay, let me say this before we go. Readings. My queen is now doing readings. If you haven't heard about this, you're late. And she's doing it to a masterful level. She was always my queen because her psychic ability was unparalleled. Because I was badass. But when I met her, what she was able to tap into, adapt to, was mystifying to me. So my soulmate, no question, Khadijah. But one of the things I would always warn about was doing psychic readings for folks. It gets taxing. And one of the things, if you were going to do it, I would say always use a divination tool, because if you bang your hand in, bang a nail in with your hand versus a hammer, your hand is going to show that wear and tear, whereas the hammer won't. So your pineal will show wear and tear, and you do what they call psychic cold readings after a while, because your pineal is going to find a way to be lazy when it's overworked, even no matter how psychic you are. So you have to use a bit of your psychic ability in some sort of system. So I warned hard and explained to hard the understanding of that, and she said she still wants to do them for folks. I said, so we'll test them out, see how you're doing with a few folks. A few folks I know, and a few folks who I know in the conscious community that wanted to try it. Shit, hell's fire. I had no idea. I like Jello, that it was going to be so fire. Again, another thing. Do not take my word for it. You can go read her testimonials. I am an avid fan of reading directly from the people who've taken the readings. You go to my website, occultlectures.com. You look under the About Panic area at the top. A list will drop down. On that list, Khadijah's readings and Khadijah's testimonies. So how do you get her readings, her different types of readings, or because she offers various types of readings. Listen closely. She offers an Akashic record reading. Real Akashic record reading. Find out who you are, why you're on the planet, what your goals should be, some of the things you should do from past lives. Who in the fuck would not want an Akashic record reading? Goddamn. She offers them at a very moderate price. I make sure all my prices are moderate for black folks. That's how I do's it. And that's how she's doing it right about now as well. Let me say that. My queen. Gateway readings, deluxe gateway readings, consultations. I offer consultations with me. People want to ask me questions. Now there's a way. Get a consultation, very cheap. You can ask me whatever you want for an hour or whatever. Or, that's the standard thing I put up there. But if, we'll make arrangements. I offer that for cheap. So instead of trying to ask me a question on email and hope I'm in the mood to respond, there's a way now you're going to make me your bitch. You get a consultation. You can also do women's consultation with her. She has chakra readings, couples readings. She's developing the readings for your child, your baby's intentions. Find out, what they should stay away from. Basically, how to train them, teach them, and all of that kind of stuff. She's developing that now. But readings out the ass, the ones that are available are on the website, occultlectures.com. Real nigga reading shit. Not that old, go stand by the tree and your love will suddenly appear. No, we're going to get down to details. What I keep hearing, to my surprise, in her testimonials, I'm not involved in the process. She'll forward them to me after she interacts. She does them on Skype. She records them, so you'll get a recording of your reading. And people say, I hear this. There's no way she could have known that. I get that shit. There's no way she could have known that about me. I've gotten plenty of readings before, but this one here. Don't take my word for it. Go read it for yourself. The dates and the names up there. People ask me not to put their last name, so it'll be Billy S or Philly V, and they put their conscious name and what they have to say. This is real talk. So you want to get into one of her readings. You really do. You really do. You can find that on my website, occultlectures.com. I'm not saying shit just to say shit. I'm telling you shit that's going to work, change your life, benefit you, give you real spiritual direction if you're not at a level where you can interpret it yourself. This is what you want, a reading from my queen, Khadijah. Get it now, nigga. I like Jello. occultlectures.com. Again, you go to the website under About Panic. There's a list that dropped down. You see what I offer, my links, everything, quotes to Bobby, connection to Bobby. There's also an area that says more, M-O-R-E. Under that area, I'm constantly updating it where I give you an ass full of information you get on my site. All about magic, occult, how to create herb, potions, oils, herbal remedies, herbal combinations for magic. All sorts of information under the more area. Colors, chakras, you name it. You never ending. Under my class area is where I put the updates for class and information about all the products I sell, a long laundry list of products I sell, so on and so forth. You can email me at panicpack@hotmail.com. That fire is still there. PANICPACK at Hotmail. And like I said, but most of what I offered on Hotmail is on occultlectures.com. Few people have been complaining that the links, they weren't able to get in. My advice is try to reboot and get in later, because when one person says that, I check it, the links are always there. I don't know if something's going on or whatever. I'll investigate further. But if you can't find it one time, you'll be able to find it, try again a little bit later, where you can get your items. Some people are having problems from overseas. If you're having a problem, we do it the old school way. Send me an email and I'll just PayPal you from the email. You don't have to do it through the site, but easier and faster through the site. People didn't really complain, but they knew I had a long wait time. It's just me, nobody else. What I offer you is spiritual, so I'm not going to hire anybody to handle spiritual products to give to my spiritual people. I do everything. The only one touches my products is my family, my son, because he is ordained and he understands the process. So it was a little time, but now with the website, I know you niggas' asses are smiling, because right in and out. You guys do all that work. You buy it. I have everything in front of me. All I do is just write it down, put it in the pack, mail out every week. So it's good money with the website. So it's much faster. So if you had a problem with speed, that problem is no longer exists. Get it from the website. I'm always having problems with overseas. You'll have to bear with me. A lot of shit comes back. A lot of shit gets caught in customs with these herbs. So I'm always resending and resending. So you might have to have a little patience and understand when, let me know if you didn't or didn't. If you don't get it, you still need to let me know, because I'm assuming you got it if I don't hear nothing. If you tell me you don't got it, that's when I have to check into it, resend. I'm trying to find a small, cheap company where I can do it, which I can guarantee they can get it through customs, because the U.S. mail ain't doing it. So that's the issue with that. Other than that, it's on fire. An herb pack will go in for the 9 times out of 10, any place around the world. So, occultlectures.com. I can't say it enough. Occultlectures.com. Always updating. Always check back. Always check the top tabs for new information. DrAleemLBay.com. You need to check that. I'm going to put a page up for my girl Tiffany, who does the crocheting. She does the fairy slippers. I've talked about the fairy slippers. If you don't know about the fairy slippers and your mouth is on the floor, good. Then I'm going to leave you in suspense. When you come to my webpage, look for the page of fairy slippers where I explain it all, what they are, how you can use for magic to contact and deal with the fairies, and how you can obtain them for a very decent price from my girl Tiffany in Detroit, one of the fairies incarnated on the planet. Indeed. So, also in the About Panic is where you link to Bobby's page, or you can physically scroll down to the bottom of the main page. Click the Bobby's link. We already discussed how important it is to donate to our good brother, Master Hennett. How important it is to donate to him. And, how far it goes. Every penny goes to actually helping a brother who's helped us so much. So please continue to do that. If you gave $5 once or $20 once, we're sure you can match it. If you gave $100 before, then we won't even ask for that much. Try to give $20 now. You know what I'm saying? Because the people who tend to give high say, well, I gave so much, I did my part. Yes, you have. But it really helps if you can revisit. That's where it's going to come in and really put them over the top, those revisits. So if you gave 20 shit, you know it, and I know it. First of all, y'all need to understand, those tapes that you watch on YouTube for free used to be $20 and $30 a pop. Now they're free. So if you need to act like you're buying something, each time you see a new Bobby tape, say, this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to pay Bobby directly for that tape. Each time you watch something that Bobby Hemmett said and you go, God damn, that changed my life. Now go pay him on his donation page. Give him $20, give him $5 and say, that's because you showed me the difference between this or that. Or I didn't know that and I know that now. Thank you, Bobby Hemmett. I'm going to donate $5 to you. $10 to you. Because, again, people used to pay $20 and $30 for these fucking tapes any goddamn way. So now that you're watching it for free, let's be cool about this and donate. Occultlectures.com. Go to the bottom of my page where you'll find Bobby Hemmett. So I'm going to be on Aleem soon. Remember to support my brother in the struggle, Dr. Aleem L. Bay at draleemlbay.com. You know what I'm saying? These are good hearts. You know what I'm saying? Real spirits. Real scientists. Support that brother and what he does, and everything he does is worth it, because any of the support you get something about it. See, we understand the law of rhythm. So anything you give to us, we're going to give back to you tenfold, because it comes back to us tenfold. We understand that pendulum. That's the consciousness. We ain't trying to neutralize that. So that's why I'm supposed to talk for an hour and I talk to you for 5 hours, because I'm trying to get that back from you niggas in your love, in your support, financially, and in the emails that I get to saying, Panic, I learned and I'm changed, and thank you. That's the real payment for me. Now, when a black person tells me I changed their consciousness, woo, I get a thrill from that shit. I like Jello. I get a thrill from that when a black person tells me, Panic, I used to think that way, and because of you, I think that way. Not only does it help the ego, it also makes me understand or feel complete, because I understand clearly that's what I came to do. So that's true payment. So if you don't have the finances to buy a herb pack, to join class, to support financially, I do appreciate those because I get those emails. I don't have no money right now. I just want to say thank you. Okay, I love that just as much. You know what I'm saying? I love that just as much because what you're telling me is I'm changing your consciousness. You're validating what I came to do. I don't need the validation, but the validation does go a long way with me because this is important work, and I want to make sure I'm doing right by you niggas by sitting in front of you, not wasting your time for 5 hours telling you some shit you either could have found out yourself or some shit that's just my personal fucking opinion, debating level of the game. Well, I think the Egyptians were this. No, I'm gonna see you intelligent, let you read it, tell you what you can read or deal with or study, and you can read it for yourself, and you come up with whether you like the Egyptians or the whoever the fuck, the Camites or whatever. Because I'm not gonna treat you like a dummy and tell you I need to tell you that you should be comfortable with it. You figure that shit out for yourself. That's the brother panic that loves you. Telling you right now, I love you enough to say you can figure this shit out by yourself. You don't need my opinion on it. This is how I feel about what the Camites were doing. This is what seems obvious. And based upon that, here's some science. But you take it or not. You know what I'm saying? You'll never debate me because I don't give a fuck either way. If you say that shit is orange, fuck it. I agree with you. It's orange. You say it's blue, guess what? Yeah, nigga, it's blue because I don't give a fuck. I don't care about that bullshit. Because I understand it's one thing. Color, you silly motherfucking low life, goddamn low intelligence standing in front of black people, misinforming them with low level goddamn information ass niggas. Is color. It's color. That's how a science is with the mind of androgyny, the mind of the all, the one. It's color. So you can say blue or orange all fucking day. I don't give a fuck. I'm beyond that shit. And I urge my black people to think beyond that. That's where the heaven is. That's where the power is. I'm trying to get you to think in forms of power. That's where the power is. I'm trying to empower you, not to get you to pick a side because you like the way their fucking clothes look and you feel it's power. Fuck out of here. That's why these debates is down to religious niggas. Because that's the level of thinking it is. It's come down to religion and religious niggas. No. Consciousness, the way I understood it, was to elevate you. You were tired of this bullshit. So you found an alternative form of thinking to elevate yourself beyond debating, beyond arguments. Let them argue. Let them have their, let them have cake. That's what that means. Let them have cake. Let them eat cake. If that's what they want, let them eat it. Ain't got nothing to do with what we doing up here. You understand what I'm saying? So if they want to say it was the Camites versus the goddamn Phoenicians or whatever the fuck they going on, have at it. That should be below true conscious occultists, hermeticists, masters, sages, spiritualists, or all that shit that you pretending to call yourself. You only could claim those titles when you think on those levels, not when you just say words and make shit up and call yourself that. You know what I'm saying? You false flagging niggas. Get it together. So get at me, occultlectures.com. I'm going to end this. I think I covered all the points. Y'all understand the law of rhythm, which is the real message. Fuck Bill Cosby. But I needed to put it in a context where y'all can apply it to something going on in your mind today. But it's really about the law of rhythm. If you want to get into more of this type of study, you're going to have to come and see me in class. Y'all got a freebie today of real teaching, not just lecturing, real teaching and a real understanding, which is lecturing too on a certain level. But like I said, in class, we go into full-blown teaching mode. The idea is when you walk out, you never need to listen to me again. That's my goal, and I tell niggas that in my class. You never have to ask me anything again. You'll be able to rely on your own resources. That's what I teach, nigga. I ain't teaching you no funny shit. We ain't gonna repeat the shit that you hear here. So I tell you, every class is different, even though it's the same curriculum, because we're going on the spirit of who shows up. All right? So you need to see me for class, real motherfuckers, because you know you stuck in your motherfucking mind. You know you ain't getting nowhere. You know you have a lot of friends who say hotel, but you know you the same ass nigga, and that's a problem for you. All right, I got that cure for you. Come see me in class, occultlectures.com. We start in January. Can't afford the class? No problem. Get a reading. Much cheaper. My queen will take care of your ass. Put you in the real direction before you can take the class. You can't afford the class, guess what? Get an herb pack. Sit in your fucking room, smoke a cheap ass herb pack, and then get somewhere. Do something, nigga. I got something for your ass, no matter what you dealing with. All right, so I'm going to sign off. OccultLectures.com. I see you niggas when I see you niggas, which shall be soon, because I got a few more things we need to discuss. Peace.